Dear guests, attention please, take your seat and we are ready to start. Dear participants, distinguished guests, welcome back. I'd like to highlight one very important moment. As you're all aware, we are running out of the time. Due to time pressure, I will kindly ask all speakers to make their presentation within the time framework, please. Now we are ready to move to the next speaking slot dedicated to the topic Urban Recovery Framework, Historical Monuments as Legacy of Centuries. Ms. Hacı Muhammedovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming back to this hall for the next part of our session. We will continue speaking on post-conflict recovery of cultural and historical heritage, and this speaking slot is about urban recovery framework, historical monument as legacy of centuries. So after lunch, we all need something to energize us. What is better for energizing than a speech about exciting topic? And the most exciting topic for anyone who deals with urban recovery is the story about Warsaw reconstruction. That was people-driven reconstruction, an example that stayed an example until today. So I would like to invite my colleague, Tomasz Majda, President of the Society of Polish Urban Planners and Assistant Professor at the Warsaw University, to present in 10 minutes maximum, please. Tomasz, I have been asked to warn you.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the invitation for this event. I think the first urban forum, it's a beginning of a new tradition, and I'm honored to be a part of it. Warsaw is a case study, but this would be a story about some continuity and a change. The question, what to continue and what it builds the potential for a change. This drawing that you can see was a mermaid, which is a symbol of Warsaw and Warsaw Protector. And it was done by Pablo Picasso during his visit in 1948. He drew it on some wall. I added a little piece of this. It's a little bit change, but also it goes with some continuity. I know I have just 10 minutes, which is probably impossible for me, but as an academic. But I start with 10th century, and it will be a very fast trip, because the heritage, the part of this continuity started at that time, because Vistula River was really huge and a very vivid river. One bank is 20 meters above the river, and on the right side there were marshlands, huge marshlands, impossible to cross, only in this area. So the beginning of Warsaw is, in fact, a group of hamlets, small hamlets, small settlements, and then this agglomeration feature of Warsaw continued in 16th century when we moved our capital from Krakow to Warsaw. And we had an old town, and it was surrounded by several private towns, each with its own laws. But it made a polycentric structure. Then very strong topographic feature that I mentioned, it was this difference in height. We had Warsaw Escarpment, and that was the place where the most important buildings were situated. So the skyline was very crucial for the whole history of Warsaw, and it was built up of castles, palaces, and so on, and the escarpment was always green. Then we jump. Well, yeah, the river was still living river, so it was once closer to escarpment, then it goes back. And there was also stratification feature, because the lower level was for poor and upper for richer. And then, well, this is the picture from the time when we lost our independence. And you can see these two parts of the city, and then this mixture of different kinds of heritage from different periods due to this agglomeration kind of constructing the city. And then we were under Russian occupation, and there was a change, because during decades all neighboring countries that conquered Poland started to fight each other, and Russians decided to build a huge fortification zone. Warsaw was, I don't know if it's a pointer here. Anyway, Warsaw is that that circle on the bottom. Okay, so this fortification system had over 30 kilometers size, but it affected also the city itself, because we were surrounded by two belts of fortresses with the citadel on north of the old town. But it was the period of industrial revolution. So anyway, people from the villages came to cities, and the city couldn't grow because it was surrounded by forts, and it was forbidden to build closer than 3 to 4 kilometers from the city, from these forts. So the city couldn't spread, so it grows up. And this is the picture from the end of our independence period. As you can see, when we gained independence in 1950, there was 800,000 people living in 33 square kilometers. That means 42,000 people per square kilometer. And this is official data. I found a source that claims that it was 50,000 people per square kilometer. There were much more people than windows in the city. And of course, it was a disaster situation for the health and so on. We did a master plan in 1916 to develop, and we were developing this outside this central part, and we reduced this density to 11,000 people per square kilometer and reached 1.3 million of inhabitants, which is still high density, but it was really vivid city. And then there was a war, and close to the end of the war, occupants created special forces just to destroy the city. Their only aim was to kill inhabitants and burn the city. So the effect is, this is the old town, and it goes slow. Anyway, it looks like there are some walls, but you have to remember that they were not bombing it, they were burning it. So even if the wall is still standing, it cannot bear any weight. I don't know how does it work. It stopped. Oh yeah, this is also the center of the city. There is a layer of bricks, of burned bricks of 3 meters height. There was a center of the city in there. So, as during this demolition of the city, we as architects were starting to think about a new city. During the war, the last slide to show the scale of the damage. This red means that nothing exists. Okay, so almost all city disappeared. And during the war, we had many visions, because Warsaw, as a capital, is a symbol of the nation. So what you want to show. And what you can see is, for example, this drawing on your left is a public space with public buildings on the escarpment, on the top, which is inscribed in history. And on the right top, there is a new parliament on the escarpment, and so on and so on. But finally, we decided that the most important thing for the country that was not existing for over 100 years was its really heritage, which we lost. So we decided to rebuild something. We were lucky because during these 20 years between First and Second World War, we in fact did a twin city, but analog. Students of our faculty with our professors draw all the heritage in the city, and we could discuss what to discover from the ruins. And it was not recreating everything. It was, as you can see on the lower part, the first goals of sustainable development goals are quite easy, because during our urban planning process we were always taking it into account. So the first was how to rebuild the heritage and improve the living quality. So center of the city, the old town, was rebuilt as multifunction structure with very big care put to the sorry, I don't know where to point to make it quicker. Oh yeah. So this is rebuilt old town. Okay? So we did it in one coherent architectural way. This is the whole urban thing from one period, almost. And we did it in a very detailed way. You can see this old clock, which was done after the war. But you can see also on this postcard from 50s that we built a tunnel beneath the old town. It was a new feature in the old structure. So Warsaw is a mixture of old and new. We used the heritage because we need it, but we didn't want to create it in the very same way. Still, okay, and these are also such small, teeny passages and so on, very picturesque old town. If you go there today, you cannot say that this is the new old town. It was done with original materials, original techniques, and so on, so on. And this is the view from the riverside. We did it after the war, while we knew it was completely against the rules of heritage protection. We just make a fake, because we did it for us. And in 1978, on the first UNESCO list, there were 12 objects. 2 of them were from Poland. That was our success. But of course, without Warsaw. And 2 years later, in 1980, the criteria was changed. And Warsaw got on the list. Okay? It was the first rebuilt city to appear on this list. And a few years later, also IFHP called it a model way to rebuild cities after destruction. And the old town was not only element to be rebuilt, because we didn't want to rebuild buildings. We wanted to rebuild a city. So there was the old town, but also all the space along the escarpment was also uncovered. But all the rest was supposed to be a modern city. So that's why Warsaw is difficult to understand, because you have to know all these layers that are put together. We had a new modernist idea of districts in greenery, but look at this right side. It was the idea from 1929 with these ventilating corridors going to the center. It was starting to be implemented before the war, but we did it also after the war, and we keep it for the last 100 years. And when we enlarged our city, we also included areas of regeneration of this area that goes to the center. When the city goes bigger and bigger, you can see it also in master plan. There were districts of different features, different mixture of functions flowing in the greenery. And again, on the right side, there is a functional Warsaw from the between war periods from 30s, which says that the city is a regional phenomena. So to think about the city, you have to think about the region in a regional scale. And it follows the same idea of agglomeration, of polycentric city. It was also in the same in the same time, we did it in a national level. It was based on the educational system, and we covered the whole country with such a polycentric structure. I don't know what happened. Yeah. And, okay. And it was a political decision not to grow, not to have such contrast like in other European countries with London or Paris. We have really polycentric settlement system. And Warsaw is not much bigger than other big cities in Poland. Now it is smaller than 2 million inhabitants. But we had to answer the question, do we want to be rich or happy? Okay? So we decided, of course, to be more sustainable, to be rich enough to be happy, but this needs to be done on a national level. It's creating of a polycentric structure. But we did the same in the city. The city consists of several districts, which for a few years were independent municipalities. It was a disaster, because we had 400 councillors in the city. And they created their own spatial policies, and our planning system didn't scope with it. Okay, so we returned to one municipality, still divided into different districts. And now, this is nowadays polycentric spatial structure. We are just finishing new spatial policy for the city, and you can see it is based on polycentric system. And I'm trying to point any size. Okay, and if you look at in general scale, you can distinguish few zones. There's the center, the core of the city, which is the most multifunction and the mostly densely built. This is the core. And then this is also the core. This is the city center, which is green. And sorry. Okay. Sometimes goes. And the other side of this of the river with a new, quite a new building. Yeah. Okay. And inner city zone, which is still city structure with multi functions, and I'm trying to go further, but yeah, with lots of heritage and new investment, and the city zone, which is mostly built up of housing estates from different periods. So we have also modernist housing estates, which are very high quality right now, as we are thinking about the quality of living, but poor technical standard, which is similar to other post-communist countries. And on the other hand, in the same zone, we have quite newly built, huge investment, and this is the scale of this investment. So this is also the scale of the city, of the previous city. It was 22, 23 meters, and now we are building this size in this city zone area. And of course, we have suburban zone, but in a new policy we decided we don't want to have any more one-family houses in a city. Okay? We built only multi-family houses to keep the right density, to have enough money to build infrastructure, technical or social infrastructure and so on. So these are different zones. But if you look closer, these 4 zones adjust to one of the element, one point of view. We have also this heritage from different periods. We have multi-level way of protecting this, but I will not follow that issue. The Old Town is called a monument of history. This is the highest national level of protection. But in the same time, this heritage is spread around the Warsaw of different kind. In the same time, we think how to use this cultural protection for the future of the city. And this Russian fortification system is part of a new idea of so-called green belts, although there are more green lines, connecting all forts surrounding Warsaw. It's a recreational element going along these elements of the fortress of Warsaw. And then we found out that the streets that are too big from the communist period, but also other streets, have the great potential for locality. So right now there are 200 kilometers of streets to be like on this picture. We reduce the capacity of streets and we enhance inhabitants to use foot. Either, and this is also interesting schema now, because as you can see, public transportation system in Warsaw covers half of the movements in a city. So it's a high number. And what we can enhance is this yellow color, means bicycle. It is from a few years ago, and it was because we thought this is not the climate for us to go bicycle. And we were covering the half of these journeys by public transportation, so it wasn't good. It wasn't bad. But we decided to enhance this, this foot or bicycle transportation. We built new bridges, including bicycle and pedestrian bridges. We built a system of city bicycle, and as you can see, well, it was some 10 years ago, one of the main streets going to the bridge looks like this. We just reduce the number of lanes, we plant trees, we make a livable city. And of course, planting trees is not enough. If you want to have a tree in a very stressful environment, which is the city, you have to build infrastructure that will support these trees. So this is the whole infrastructure to support the trees beyond the ground. And now 200 kilometers more of these streets we'll have in a city. And there was the map of daily routes done by public bicycle in thousands. So it works. And then these are boulevards which were also cut from the city with highway. And a few years ago we did a space that accommodates some activities. These are per se night in the beginning of the summer. These are people from all over the world. Warsaw comes to the river when the city make it dark, turns off the light for per se, and they are just spending their time together. And other parts, well, this is the same place. And boulevards, and this is the public space in the center of the city, which now plays the role, the function of recreation with the old heritage on the top of the escarpment. And this new spatial policy is based on this polycentric system again. We have blue-green infrastructure and urban zone with all public spaces. And this is the main feature of the new spatial policy for Warsaw. It builds the city structure basic elements. We just need to solve these junctions. And when we think about energy or also the quality of life, this ventilating corridors are still visible. And if you think about the strengthening factor of the speed of the wind, you find that it's also a very good place for wind plant, energy plant. Okay? There's also needs to solve some problem because you want to use it also for recreation. But when you plant trees under the canopy, you have very good climate condition. And the speed above the canopy is higher than in other parts of the city. And the building of huge power plants is a task for a government. But it doesn't give you resilience. To be resilient, we have to have a full network with some redundancy. So this is also an opportunity to build an energy communities. We can put there smaller generators and build local communities around it. This is another feature enhancing this polycentric locality. And I think this is the last one. Oh, previous. This is polycentric structure, and our protector is now starting to take a leisure. And thank you very much.
Mr. Tomasz Majda, thank you very much for your presentation. What is important to mention is, in fact, that reconstruction of Warsaw Historic City was not a decision by everyone. There were huge disputes, and one figure or one professor that was very influential was the one that was at the scale which made the decision of the people to reconstruct the historic urban core. Reconstruction of historic urban core took place at the beginning. Nothing new was built until this framework of understanding the place where people belonged was completed or put in a shape that gave them the sense of being safe in their lives. So the reconstruction of Warsaw mobilized 8,000 Polish experts that were working, 20,000 craftsmen and people in different fields, like concerning the work with different materials. All the finances and support of the authorities and government, and participation of people who were bringing fragments that they were hiding at their homes during the bombing. Hitler had a plan to build a new Warsaw, a new Pabst, when he was destroying it. So reconstruction was some kind of a claiming the justice in this case. I would like to invite my colleague Laurent Perényi, Deputy Secretary of State Ministry of Construction and Investment in Hungary, to talk to us about the mobilization and allocation of resources, involvement of communities for the restoration and preservation of cultural and historical heritage process.
Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen.
And I have a small note by organizers concerning time limit.
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Thank you for understanding.
So we heard it many times, but I can't save this. It's a great pleasure and a great honor to be here with you. Until yesterday, I thought that I'm very, very prepared for my presentation. But what I experienced in Ağdam and what I experienced about this culture and about these people, even within one day, that far overrided my vision how this presentation is supposed to be. I started to ask myself, what can you deliver? What can you really give? What does have true relevant without knowing what war is? In our neighborhood, we have a war. I mean, Ukraine has a war. And the effects definitely we sense on a daily basis. But having a war in your neighborhood, that doesn't mean that you have any imagination about what war means. So what can I offer? What can I deliver? What is relevant? I started to realize, and I summarized in 4 points what can be effective according to my topic, like involvement communities into this whole process. What you really need to bring it to success. One is a great leader with a clean vision who brings the message. I think you've got it. Another thing is, and I was truly impressed about it, it's the commitment, it's the passion of yours. The third thing is inclusiveness. And what represents it more than this kind of conference what you organize with huge effort. Inclusiveness and open mind, that you are inviting us and inviting nations to bring here ideas and concepts to help you and bring this whole process into success. And the fourth thing is, which I find very kind of strange, or it's that you need a land completely cleaned of landmines. But I think watching those brave guys marching on this field, searching for mines, somehow I realized that with every step of their brave steps, it's with every step they are going towards a more joyful, a more sustainable, a more green, a more beautiful future. You are the nation of fire. I think there are two kinds of fire, or there is two nature of fire. One destroys your homes, and another one what drives you. And drives you to leave your safe zone and move into the danger zone, which I find very brave and touching, seriously. I welcome and I truly respect this fire of yours, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask you to welcome my colleague Ali Mangiera, or Mangiera. Mangiera from MYA Architects to talk about eco-cities and landscape architecture. Ali, I would like to kindly remind you on this note.
I'll try to speed up. How does the slides for this thing? Okay. Here to talk about ecological cities and landscape, actually, landscape and architecture generated from landscape. So, next slide. Next. Oh, this. So we are interested primarily in how cities are constructed, but also interested in the ecological impact of cities, the impact on people, and the generation of economic benefit. In other words, people, planet, prosperity. I'm going to talk about landscape because I think in Karabakh, the importance of Karabakh is actually the importance of landscape, the importance of soil, the belonging and the idea of nature. I was very impressed by my visit yesterday and my understanding that there is an attachment to the ground. So I'm going to show you 3 examples very quickly of urban planning where landscape and the idea of villages and reconstruction is a way to create a new type of city, which I think could be quite appropriate for Karabakh. So London, for example, is a city made of villages. So the city is made up of individual pockets, let's say. These become absorbed by the city, become one big city in the end. We like this idea. We also were doing a project in Oman, which is a future, let's say, smart city. But we were really impressed by the landscape that's actually there. So on the left, you'll see farms. On the right is the city grid, mountains at the back, and sea at the front. How do we integrate these ideas into one new urbanism? One of the things that we studied is actually this idea of the garden city concept. Garden cities was an idea that was really developed in the UK by Ebenezer Howard. And it's the idea of how landscape can be very much integrated into the idea of the city and how you can feel very much part of nature, which I think would be a great idea for Karabakh. But also you can use materials which are traditional, but using them in a contemporary way. So if you're using earth walling, that can be updated using prefabricated systems. Our city of villages, the red areas there, also are supported by agriculture. So the idea is to bring urban farming within this kind of new matrix, and really to the idea of the proximity of food consumption and food production and where you live. This is a really kind of a traditional concept that exists in Karabakh, and we think could be appropriate actually for how new cities are composed. A city which is walkable, so essentially car-free. You can see plenty of examples. This is Ramblas in Barcelona. And a city which is inherently sustainable in terms of how it's organized, how the urban grid is organized. So the fact that this particular city is in Oman, our kind of requirement was to have shaded streets. So the whole grid of the city, the whole access is very much based on a particular orientation, which gives you a lot of shadow. So it's the northwest, southeast grid. We also use photovoltaics. So we're using 3 million square meters of photovoltaics. And this generates more energy than we need. So we're actually producing more energy. What that we did in St. Petersburg, the buildings that you see are existing or about to be built. Big Russian, let's say, mega blocks, which kind of represent something which we're not too keen on, we're not too interested on. But we have this landscape, this incredible landscape in front, which is at the moment just a kind of a forest, kind of a waste area. So we're using that landscape. We ask people what they want. So we ask poignant questions about what really drives them, what makes them emotional about the landscapes that they're looking at, what they want for their new landscape on their doorstep. And also we're trying to create spaces where families can come together, so movement through the existing matrix of big urban blocks and creating different zones. So here you see the idea of the Ramblas, which is the idea that you saw in the previous project, really to create a focal point, because this urban kind of configuration has no focal point. So our idea is to create new Ramblas, which becomes effectively the focal point for the park. And also for mothers to see their kids from the apartment blocks, and creating new types of architecture, landscape architecture. This is what we're talking about today, how to create architecture which somehow either blends with the landscape or merges with the landscape. So here you see entrance points, cafes, which are very much merged as part of that overall landscape. Here you see a cafe. Very, very low-key architecture. Architecture disappears, actually, which is what we really wanted to achieve, and it becomes submerged into this kind of new playground area. The idea is to really mesh architecture with landscape and to create something which I suppose also has an emotional response. And I think that's something that is very much key in Karabakh, because people are really attached to that kind of homestead idea. Here you see different landscapes that we're developing. Each has a theme, so we've broken up the big garden into smaller pockets with outdoor kind of banya areas for bathing, which in winter also create a nice kind of, if I can move this along, a nice kind of ecosystem with walkways. So again, this is not a high budget project. This is very deliberately a low budget project. We're using materials that are from the site. So we're using the timber because the site is overgrown with timber, with trees, let's say. We're creating walkways. We're trying to understand how the landscape and the interventions that we have are very small, very, very kind of cute in a sense, but how they are architecture but not architecture, so to speak. Going to the next one. That's the, winter view. Oh, sorry, going a bit forward. Music stands. And I mean, I think Karabakh needs places like this. So when you're creating a park, when you're creating a zone, it's not just about creating this zone, it's about creating something which is very much bespoke, very much speaking to that particular village or that area that's being redeveloped. And then we create also a focal point. Again, it's a focal point in this case, related to arts and culture, which I know that Amra was very much interested in the idea of art and culture and bringing identity. So here is a timber structure that we're using, that we're creating. And around that timber structure, we have artworks that the local community will be making. So there are workshops under this hill that we've created, and the people can kind of make their kind of artworks, and then we have this kind of quite nice ring that allows you or facilitates a view back to the city center in St. Petersburg, also to the river edge as well. And some of the sculptures that we'd like to place, how the ring might look, and a typical section. The last project is a very, very different proposition. It's about landscape. It's about architecture of landscape. And it's about identity and culture. And why we're talking about this, it's because it's the Faculty of Islamic Studies, and we're very conscious that Azerbaijan has a very big tradition, it's particularly an Islamic tradition, as we've seen. Here, what you see is a very contemporary building, but in a setting which looks contemporary, but has a lot of kind of tradition about it. It's a university building, a Faculty of Islamic Studies. It also has a mosque, the Education City Campus Mosque. And the gardens around the building are effectively a 4-part Islamic garden. It might look something different, but actually it's a 4-part Islamic garden, each with its own theme. And those 4 parts are created effectively by the building. And what you see here is how the landscape not only drives the architecture, but then kind of forms the base and runs right through the building. So it's not a building which just is an iconic representation, but it's also a building where landscape and urbanism somehow merge, and the green spaces that you're seeing in this thing kind of go right the way through the building. So it's a very big building, but it lands very, very gently on the ground, and it creates these kind of pocket spaces in the 4-part Islamic garden. And we're really interested in culture. So this is about Islamic calligraphy, and we're using. So we talked to specialists who are very much interested in calligraphy, and these are ayahs from the Quran, which we're using effectively as a screen. And why are we doing that? And why? Because we very much are interested in the idea of culture and identity, and we want to. We understand this is a very modern building. We also understand that we need to connect with people who may not understand this as being a university, an Islamic university or a mosque. So we want people who are of a different generation, let's say, to come and read the text and suddenly feel that, you know, this is a modern representation of an idea, of a typology, a completely radical change. Here at the base of the building, you see the 5 pillars of Islam. Each pillar has calligraphy, so it tells you about that particular aspect, Hajj or Zakah or prayer, and how the building sits in the context. Again, what you're seeing is a softening of the building, how the building kind of gently merges within that urban context. The student entrance, how the student entrance picks up and kind of creates this backdrop. And how within the context of the framework of the campus actually is designed by Issa Zaki. There are buildings by Rem Koolhaas and other architects, Ligoretta. I think the building really stands out. The idea is that the minarets, the mosque, although it's not the biggest component of the project, are represented in the most powerful way, and the building is essentially beckoning you to come and visit. So that's my talk.
Thank you. I would like to thank to all the speakers, and I would like to invite you to applaud to them. And we will not have a time for questions and discussion. Let me just conclude this session with the words from the Warsaw Recommendation from 2018. Recovery and reconstruction should enable people to connect to their heritage, identity, and history. Consideration should be given to social justice, and property, titles, and rights-based approach should be applied. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, dear moderator. You did a great job. Please accept, dear speakers, please accept our sincere appreciation for the outstanding presentation you made to the first Azerbaijan National Urban Forum 2022. Thank you very much. Now, dear guests, with your permission, I'd like to introduce our next moderator and the topic of the session. So the session dedicated to the topic Going Smart, Going Green, Innovation in Action will be moderated by Mr. Anar Valiyev, the representative from ADA University. Please welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for being late. I will invite right now our speakers to panel. So if you take your time and just come over, please. Mr. Farid Ahmedov, Deputy Minister of Digital Development and Transport of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Mr. Pontus Westerberg, from Program Management Officer of Innovation Section UN Habitat. Mr. Alias Bin Rameli, over here, yes. And Mr. Tomasz Kniewski.
Hey there, how are you?
All right, thank you very much for being with us, dear distinguished members, dear distinguished guests. My name is Anar Valiyev. I'm a Dean of School of Public International Affairs. Students very often call me speech killer, meaning I'm just cutting off the time or something like that. So I got this kind of the job for the next 1 hour. I will be moderating the 2 sessions over here. So without further delay, I want just to give the floor to, and today I'm going to moderate the panel session on Going Smart, Going Green. And the speaking slot is going to be about people-centered smart cities, meeting socioeconomic challenges for more sustainable settlement. So what can I say about our first speaker? He is Mr. Dr. Farid Ahmedov, Deputy Minister, from the Ministry of Digital Development and Transport of the Republic of Azerbaijan, who is, I would say, the father of the smart city concept and smart city development in Azerbaijan. And he will be speaking on challenges of driven innovation and building inclusive, people-centered smart cities. So, Dr. Ahmedov, the floor is yours. I will just give you only 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, I will start killing the speech, okay? Thank you.
That was quite an ambitious introduction, at least attaching to me the parenthood of smart cities, although sounds pleasing, but too ambitious, I think. Thank you very much for the event organizers, for inviting me. Now, I'm also into imposing a restraint on speeches, given that I'm an associate professor of this university too, so we share the same culture. Now, speaking of the smart cities, I think at times different countries have hypes about the smart city, the smart village, and those hypes are at times driven by technology companies, and they create a perception that smart cities are about technology. So it happened for many years, and in some countries it's still happening, that smart cities are vendor-driven, turn into vendor-driven processes where vendors heavily influence the decision-making regarding smart cities. Now, I think as time passed, there is a realization, well, at least in some countries, but not in others maybe, that it should be a society-backed, community-backed process where whatever the initiatives, what smart initiatives, whether they are for cities, villages, or whatever the localities are, they need to be, you need to be basing them on the feedback that you receive from the society, from the particular communities. So it's more a socio-economic issue, smart cities, rather than a technological. Technology evolves, it changes, so there will always be technological solutions available, depending on the time we live in. So I think the key component here, and a word of caution regarding success in smart cities, concerns governance, the question of governance. At times, and we have seen it in our country too, smart city initiatives or smart city as a concept is more linked to central government. So it's at the central level, at the central government level, that many of these initiatives are cooked, formed, and then delivered, passed over to the local governments. Well, I think as the title, the name suggests, smart city is about cities, or villages is about villages. So it suggests that it's very important that a very strong governance is built within the localities, whether those are cities, whatever villages, so they can easily, those cities can easily analyze the needs, the demands of the communities, and then build the initiatives around those demands and needs. Because it happens, it's a fact, it's an undeniable fact that central governments normally are detached from the needs of the local communities, or they're not better placed as the governance, the governance within the local communities to assess and analyze what those needs within the local communities are. So, regardless, I think one can say that there are certain tests that any smart initiative should satisfy, should meet. And this is the first test of efficiency, I think, if I'm to sum it up. If it's a test of efficiency / sustainability, test of necessity, and I think it's also important to see to what extent, whatever the smart initiatives are, to what extent they drive innovation. And I think that's partly or mainly the topic of today's presentation. To what extent this can drive innovation. Now, efficiency-wise, because at times we see again smart initiatives as solutions to the problems that has existed since time immemorial. Well, they may be, but depending on your assessment of whether this particular initiative is efficient, not effective. I think a very fine distinction should be drawn between effectiveness and efficiency in this case. Now, they need to be efficient, and in order for them to be efficient, you need to compare them with classical examples, with classical initiatives. You know, if it is in the traffic or transportation, in the field of transportation, the initiatives, we need to compare them to classical solutions to transportation problems. It may be that classical solutions within certain localities are better fit to solve the problem within a particular frame of time. Well, in different locations, it's quite possible that smart initiatives are much better fit to solve a particular problem. Now, and here comes the point about sustainability, because there is a misperception that smart initiatives cost no money. They do cost a lot of money. They are actually sometimes very expensive. So, especially in terms of the capital investment and the operational costs. So both CapEx-wise and OpEx-wise, they can be very, very expensive. So a very careful analysis needs to be done. A comparative analysis needs to be done within a particular context, locality, and I think our learned colleague has said, you know, we need to understand the local peculiarities to see whether this particular initiative is going to solve a particular problem or not. But regardless of this background, I think smart initiatives, especially when they are targeted to gathering, accumulating data, and I think this needs to be goes hand in hand with other policies regarding data classification and making data open. They may be very good drivers for innovation within particular locations, whether that is at any level of government, obviously. So, and I think making that data open, for instance, if smart initiatives are linked, not if, they are definitely linked to digitalization, and if there are multiple examples that we can bring from different cities, that when certain data, for instance, digital map of a city was made open, very interesting solutions were introduced by startups. You know, multiple examples, Blind Square, an app that was, I think, developed in Helsinki, for Helsinki city, for blind people. Once the digital map was readily available, startups capitalized on it and built up an app for blind people that would need no assistance to go around the city. Because basically, it would tell them where they are, where they're located at a particular point in time. So in this sense, the smart cities or smart initiatives as drivers of innovation are very important, but provided that a very important ingredient is in place, and that is human capacity. So whether at the local level or governance level or at the central governance level, any smart initiative implies that the governance should be mature enough, digitally ready enough to be able to address it, because especially when, as I said, there will be multiple opportunities created with data. You need to have data analysts in place, you need to have AI tools in place, and you need to have people with capacities to be able to work with those. So I think on this positive note of having a human capacity, because I can see with my peripheral vision that the moderator is looking at me. So I shall stop here, and I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmedov. You perfectly nailed it down, especially about the smart cities. Now we're going to move to Mr. Pontus Westerberg, who is a program management officer at UN Habitat, and his topic would be about interoperability and integratory participation as a driver of digital transformation and key enabler in building smart cities. Dr. Westerwood, the floor is yours, between 5 to 7 minutes if you have it.
Thank you. I'll be as quick as I can.
Thank you.
So I actually want to talk about some building blocks for people-centered smart cities. And I want to say that I'm not too keen. I'm going to talk about smart cities, but I'm not that keen on the term, actually. And I think that for many of us, there's something that feels a bit problematic with the term smart. And it's the kind of value that's in there. It's binary, right? If it's not smart, what is it? Is it dumb? And that links very much to this technology vendor approach that the deputy minister was talking about, because of course who doesn't want to be smart? And if the solution to be smart is to invest in a digital twin or an Internet of Things system, of course you want it. So there is something a bit problematic with that. And the reason it's called smart cities, or we call it smart cities, is because the first wave, as we call it, of the smart city 10 to 15 years ago was really driven by the technology industry as a way to sell technology to cities. We call that the first wave of smart cities. Then a few years later came what we might call the second wave of smart cities, which started to be much more focused on civic technology, on open data, on innovation labs, innovation neighborhoods, more kind of bottom up and city, if you like, driven initiatives. And then we see a third wave, which is really around the city as a sharing platform. All of these kind of come together to mean the smart city, in a sense. I start seeing in the last 3, 4, 5 years that there is a change happening. All of these things still mean the smart city, but more and more people are talking about the importance of technology being used, not for technology itself, but as a way to improve quality of life in cities. And we call that people-centered smart cities. But if we're talking about tech, let us not forget about sustainable cities. We know what they are. It's there in Sustainable Development Goal 11. We've been talking about it this whole conference. There are things like affordable housing, good public transport, green public space, a good urban environment, resilience, and perhaps also some digitalization and data. But you know what's interesting? Try this. Take out your phone and Google smart cities and then click on the images. And what do you see? You don't really see that vision of the sustainable city. You see more a kind of business as usual, or maybe even a kind of futuristic city with some data and some tech on top. And I think we need to change this mindset. We need to combine innovation and tech with what we know is the sustainable city to get the sustainable, inclusive, and people-centered smart city. But we are still, I think, often stuck in this kind of futuristic vision. Here are some examples of real smart city blueprints from around the world. Some of them feel to me like modernist blueprints from 100 years ago. Some of them feel more like gated communities. They don't really feel like real, modern, inclusive cities that we are thinking about. In the new urban agenda, member states commit to adopting a smart city approach. They don't exactly define what they mean by smart city approach, but they do of course give us some clues, like here for example in paragraph 156, where they talk about citizen-centric digital governance, they talk about making ICT accessible to the public, they talk about broadening participation, responsible governance, etc. I think those concepts that are there are absolutely crucial when we think about the people-centered smart cities. So this is our kind of definition of the people-centered smart city. It's a city where innovation and technology is used to make people better for their residents. So this means moving away maybe from these grand narratives and really thinking in technical detail about what technology and data can do to improve our urban processes. So it might be about ensuring that the planning department has the right GIS tools and the right kind of training for that. It might be about thinking about how BIM tools or modern methods of construction can help us build affordable housing. Or it can be about using data to understand emissions. There are also two other really key concepts. It's about human rights. Too often we've seen smart city projects being about surveillance, about CCTV, about facial recognitions, and extracting people's data. And the other thing is about digital inclusion, overcoming the digital divide. We see that in many cities there are still a lot of people who are either unconnected or don't have the right kind of skills, language, or financial means to access digital technologies effectively. So here are some of the other concepts: empowering people, responsibly managing data and digital infrastructure, building multi-stakeholder capacity, making access to technology equitable, and of course building trust by securing our digital assets and people's data. At UN Habitat, we, through our People-Centered Smart Cities program, produce a lot of guidance for national, regional, and local governments. You can see some of our what we call People-Centered Smart Cities playbooks on here. They're available on our website and cover a range of topics. We're continually developing new things like this. Then, just really quickly, I'll go through some of the key building blocks that I see for People-Centered Smart Cities. One is proactive and strategic leadership. The Deputy Minister was talking about the technology vendor-driven approach. I think the opposite to that is to ensure that our cities, our local governments, actually have a proper strategic vision when it comes to the technology that they want to implement. Of course, then they can go out and procure technology from the technology companies to support that vision. So I just put some examples here: the Barcelona Digital City Plan, the Vienna City Plan, New York City's AI strategies. More and more cities are starting to get this, but many of them still don't. Another thing is effective multi-level governance. We need to put in place the right kind of governance frameworks on the national, regional, and local level. Next month at the Smart City World Expo in Barcelona, we're going to launch a new study into the governance practices of 250 smart cities around the world. We found in that study that less than half of the cities that we survey have this kind of strategic vision. So there's a lot of work to do that. One way to do this is to put in place like a national charter and then local smart city governance frameworks and strategic plans. And I put on the screen here the Brazilian Smart City Charter. It's a really good example for how the kind of governance frameworks cascade from the national level and down, and provide guidance for cities when they do their own smart city strategies. Capacity, absolutely fundamental. We are still in a situation where almost all the technical capacity when it comes to digital is in the private sector, and very little is in the public sector. If you compare it to planning, for example, we have really good planners in our local governments, and of course very good planners in the private sector. When it comes to tech, it's really unequal like this. So we really need to focus on building digital skills, digital capacity, on data, tech, AI, and strategic planning around digital transformation in our local government. And of course, we can't forget about our local communities, the people. We need to put in place the right kind of programs to train them, give them digital literacy skills, but also move from being passive users of technology to active producers. And that means teaching programming, data science, and other related skills. Of course, we cannot forget the digital bit, the digital infrastructure, the data. It's about providing the right kind of digital services to our residents. It's about providing things like digital identity. Also really perhaps boring stuff like ensuring that we have the right kind of software in our local government administrations. And then perhaps more interesting things like having smart city platforms. And of course, when we put in place our smart city platforms and our data platforms, interoperability is absolutely crucial to make sure that we don't get locked into long-term contracts with the same vendor, but that we can actually move our data around to different platforms or change platform if we want to. And let's not forget the issues to do with digital inclusion and digital rights. We work very closely with something called the Cities Coalition for Digital Rights. It's about 70 cities that are putting this agenda very firmly on the table. They have 5 principles. You can go and check them out on the Cities for Digital Rights Coalition website. We also see cities like Dubai, for example, putting in place AI ethics guidelines. This is something that more and more cities are doing. and also like New York City, that's on here, bringing broadband to all the residents of the city as a whole. I think that's all I have. Oh, final thing. Don't forget the urban fundamentals. So we've talked about this a lot here, but let's not go back to, you know, if I can close the circle here, that in our kind of focus on the tech and the data and the innovation, that we forget the urban fundamentals. Let's look at our cities. We know what makes them good. There are examples from here, Baku, etc. Let's make sure that technology and innovation supports that sustainable and inclusive city vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burstenberg. It was really interesting to see the comparative examples. Now we're going to move to the people-centered cities toward livable city. And I'm inviting Mr. Alias bin Rameli from the Ministry of Housing and Local Government of Malaysia. Thank you.
Slides. I have slides. No slides, huh? Okay. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Moderator, Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, I'd like to thank to the invitation to me as a Director General for Federal Department of Town Planning, Malaysia, to share our talks on the Malaysia Smart City Agenda that focus on the people-centered cities towards livable city. My presentation will cover three segments from introduction and background, and second segment on people-centered cities towards livable city, and with this way forwards. And in brief, it's the rule of my department, Plan Malaysia, and it's a duty given by the Prime Minister of Malaysia to me and to my department to exercise the development of whatever framework, blueprint, and also the direction, and also the construction and development of smart city agenda in the context of Malaysia, including in Kuala Lumpur and also in Putrajaya as a capital city. And our department was the duty and the function, very fortunate, is covered by the law, Town and Country Planning Act, and livability is one of the aspects that my department gives special focus in the journey to achieve sustainability, and it's transpired in multiple of our core products and tools. So that's the establishment of Malaysia Livability Index, or known as Ağdam, or is one of the administration that this is in line with the international livability ranking or rating bodies such as EIU, Mercer, and also the Monaco. Now go to the smart city rule of the department. So there are 4 main rules played by the department that involved in smart city, namely one, to assist 13 states in Malaysia and 155 local governments in preparing the blueprint and also the action plan. And second, to develop the national smart city platform under Malaysia Urban Observatory. Third one, to form the smart city accreditation, including the formulation of smart city standards, and the fourth is to organize the smart city awareness program. So very brief on the evolution, I won't go into detail, but we start to think about to make sure the livability of the city in our context of Malaysia since last 100 years, since 1921, that since we have developed new capital city of Putrajaya with the concept of intelligent garden city, and after that with the new Cyberjaya as a multimedia super corridor hub in 1995, and the development of these 2 icons have been used as the benchmark or model or example in developing other cities in Malaysia that apply the platform of digital technology. So quite similar with other cities in the world, the rapid urbanization, including in Malaysia cities, that has taken place in last decades has resulted in various urban issues such as increase in solid waste, high electric consumption, inefficient water management, high non-revenue water, NRW, public health issue, high car ownership, environmental issue, increase in crime, and so on. And We take this opportunity with the complex urban challenges. Smart city is now being identified as one of the solutions in managing cities towards a livable Malaysia in line with the fourth industrial revolution. And there is a significant opportunity for Malaysia to address urban priorities and to ensure a better quality of life for its urban population in particular. And now we shift to the Malaysia Smart City Framework. So we have developed the framework to be applied by all states and local authority in 2019, and the framework to be applied is from 2019 to 2025, and the aim to guide and as a reference to local authorities, state government, federal ministry and department, industry players, academicians and other stakeholders in planning and developing smart cities in Malaysia holistically. And in brief, this framework covers 7 components from smart government, smart economy, smart people, smart living, smart mobility, smart environment, and smart digital infrastructure. And once again, to define what is the term of smart city and in line with the UN Habitat, the framework has defined it as cities that use ICT and technological advancement to address urban issues, including to improve quality of life, promote economic growth, develop a sustainable and safe environment, and encourage efficient urban management practices. Although we have some natural-based solution in the context of the development of part of the smart city agenda. And now, as mentioned by our Honorable Minister, Ministry of Housing and Local Government, I think aligned with the Deputy Minister, smartness is not a measure of how advanced or complex the technology being adopted is, but how well the solutions solve the society problems and address existential challenges. So I do believe that the way forward is to focus on the people-centric smart city. And in urban planning context or exercise, and in Malaysia context, very lucky we have 3 tiers of the urban planning process from national, regional, and state and local level. So we encourage smart city planning at all tiers with current mechanism or with current platform and documents formulated at the 3 tiers of urban planning exercise. And the last one, the development control exercise by local authority this is the most crucial stage urban development process. Although you have good plan during development plans, during the smart, whatever framework, whatever blueprint of smart city, but if you not apply it in the context of development control, so it's quite difficult to achieve. And smart city planning in context of Malaysia, there are many states and local government have started to prepare and roll out their smart city strategic plans. Among others, Kuala Lumpur and our capital city, and also Putrajaya, the Cyberjaya, and so on. And beside the plan, we understand that the rule of standards is vital as one of the enabler in smart city. And in 2021, we have accepted as identical adoptions to be localized the ISO 37122 in the context of Malaysia. And generally covered this MSISO, Malaysian standard, in line with the international ISO, covered 80 indicators to be monitored, evaluated at the local level. And the most important here is on the strategic collaboration and partnership. And I think, based on our experience, this is the critical success factor to the achievement, to the success of development or execution of smart city in each city, especially in the context of our Malaysian city. So, some way forward. Number 1, to align livable Malaysia agenda, the agenda of livability with the smart city. So, other than apply the ISO 9000, ISO 37122, so the smart city framework have set the policies and strategies under 7 components, where Malaysia is now focusing on how to accelerate the smart city implementation throughout the the country. A very serious agenda by the Malaysian government. And the second way forward on the establishment of National Standard Committee on Smart City, and I will be the chairman of the Malaysia level. At the same time, actually, we try to form one council for Smart City chaired by the Prime Minister of Malaysia. So the third one on the success, the way forward on key success factor. So other than the agenda of people-centric smart city. So smart city planning is important. Smart partnership as a critical factor. Sustainable technology, data sharing and integration is not easy to share the data. We still sometimes think on the silo mentality, and smart digital infrastructure as the game changer in the implementation of smart city. And last, I would like to end my presentation with a quote. I think this quote is quite relevant with the notes by the Deputy Minister, that smart cities are built and for smart people, not only by smart things. With that, thank you, and I take this opportunity to express special note and of thank you to the President of Azerbaijan, Ilham Aliyev, for a great and inspiring speech during the opening ceremony of National Urban Forum in Ağdam yesterday. And the quote, the point here is, war, no one wins, we, they will lose. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ameli. So it was really nice summarized that the smart city is built by the smart people. Now we're moving to another idea of the creating 50-minute cities and urban neighborhood, and I'm inviting Mr. Tomasz Pniewski, who's architect from the Królewicz Associate Company in Poland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really great to be here. I'm really excited, especially honored because Poles have contributed to the architectural heritage of Baku, and so we hope to continue that legacy, hopefully in the future. So I'll be speaking about the 50-minute city. So as architects, we focus on the build form of our cultural ambitions, but we think it's also extremely important to look at tested typologies and typologies that work in order to affect citizens at the human scale. So I'm an architect and analyst. I lead a think tank at Królewicz & Associates. We look at research and development, but also we try to bring innovation into all of the projects we do. So just a little bit about our company. We're extremely creative and collaborative. There's about 60 of us. We celebrated our 30th anniversary a year ago. We designed almost around 4 million square meters of built space, about 20,000 homes, and we implemented about 40 projects using BIM technology, and we're really trying to push digital twin technology in smart cities. Yeah, so we operate in all sectors, and we think that's extremely important for us to look at all aspects of the city, and especially our mixed use. And yeah, we've been focusing primarily at the city of Warsaw, but then we've also, this is a kind of tube map of all our projects located around Warsaw and interconnected. But we also do projects abroad. This is our Antarctic station, Polish Antarctic station, which is currently under construction. Yeah, this is also under construction, a hotel in Lviv, Ukraine. And this is our proposal for the headquarters of the European Commission in Brussels. We recently published a pocket-sized publication for our 30th anniversary. Yeah, so the 50-minute city was invented by Carlos Moreno. It's award-winning, and we thought it was something that we could kind of look at to really push our projects in all aspects, since we work in all sectors. And so the idea is that everything's accessible via 50-minute walk or 5-minute bicycle ride. So we tried to implement this into all the projects we're doing in Belarus, also at home in Poland. And yeah, again, another project in Belarus. So the qualities found in a neighborhood distinguished by co-housing and a shared economy and also the necessities being located at short walking distance are found here. And we think time is an extremely valuable design tool. We think it's more important than building code. It also allows us to look at multi-generations and also allows us to plan not only for existing residents but also new residents. So now focusing in a little bit on Warsaw. These are projects scattered across the city of Warsaw, and I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. These are a few housing projects we built. They're quite big. They're about 500 homes to about 3,500. And we looked at the approximate density that we feel comfortable that work. It's about 130 to 200 homes per hectare. And we also used in these a variety of typologies, so some tower blocks and the green open spaces. And we summarize those in, summarize those in these key points here. So we think density is quite important, but we have to watch out for hyperdensity. We shouldn't go over 300 homes per hectare. I think also variation and looking at communities for inspiration and as well as a variation of typologies. So now I'm going to focus into a specific project. This is Służewiec. It's a region not far from the Warsaw Chopin Airport. It used to be a greenfield site, but then it turned into kind of a corporate jungle, kind of office park neighborhood, and then we're at the moment trying to change that. So the problems of these kind of parts of the city are obvious. The heat islands and the long walking distances and the lack of green space, and it's extremely car-centric. In fact, locals call it Mordor. If you ask someone where do they work, they say I work in Mordor. So this is we got asked to look at this 1 hectare site in Mordor. We've been asked to change this office park into a residential, mixed-use neighborhood, and we were looking at the 50-minute city as inspiration. Now, we kind of see the 50-minute city as something that inspires the urban living and natural kind of layers of the city, so we could kind of think of the urban as the hardware, and then the living as the kind of software that animates that, and then the natural that creates an atmosphere for all of them. So we know that triangulation allows different situations to happen in each of these, but then if we try to combine that, it brings an extra layer of an excitement, and then ultimately, if we combine all 3 of them, we create situations that are really inspiring. So for example, kindergarten students could perhaps go meet at a hydroelectric plant, which is perhaps made a little bit more human and more exciting. So this is our proposal for that part of Warsaw. So we had to fit into the kind of office park grid, but then create a completely different typology for that area. So we looked at creating this kind of single units, which could operate in a variety of ways. And so pedestrian crossing on all kinds of levels. And then to add density, we kind of add these corner blocks, so that the streets feel safer, they're overlooked, and you don't feel like you're stuck within. And then this is we could look at one of these in more detail, and this is all of them coming together, and just all of these between all of these blocks, we can make room for some water features or things that define the area in between. For example, market space. These are the plans. And all the parking is hidden underneath to kind of get out of the way of the human scale. And then this is the result. So we could see all these hidden and exposed variety of functions. And then different events that happen different times of the year. And the connection to nature. And then just to summarize, we have these 5 points that we think are really important. And that's to not be afraid of density, to respond to the context, to be people, to focus on the human aspect, and also look at identity and diversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pniewski. And we have another presenter right now. It's who's going to present about innovation project as urban catalyst. If I'm not mistaken, his name is Peru Canada from Bilbao Architecture team. Welcome.
Akşamınız hayır, hamnular ve cemnalar. Ladies and gentlemen, organization, thank you very, very much for having us here today. We are going to talk a little bit about innovation projects as urban catalyst, and I would like to start talking about a little bit of our city, Bilbao. Years ago, Bilbao was in a high crisis. We have an industrial crisis, unemployment, a lot of pollution, and urban violence. Nowadays, after years and years of infrastructure investment, we are in a cultural reference with high levels of life quality and sustainability. And this was possible because the public sector and the private sector join and make the necessary investment in the infrastructure sector. But now, the times are other ones, and we have another situation. We have infrastructures, but now we need to connect to innovation districts. Bilbao, in the Basque Country, in the north of Spain, is a small region. We are 3.5 million people. We are not big, and we have to connect and be connected to the economy that is happening now and is related to the innovation. As we know, the innovation is a global trend, and the regions that we are, like us, are small or medium-sized. We have to rethink how we put ourselves in that global competition. So we are not Boston, we are not Berlin, we are not Buenos Aires, we are small. So look into the quality, properties, and our capacities. 10 years ago, in the Basque Country was founded Basque Culinary Center, the first university in culinary sector. And after 10 years, now we can say that the Basque Country is one of the spots of the culinary expertise. So, after 10 years, now the next project is called Gastronomy Open Ecosystem. And from San Sebastian to the world, we are working in a network to connect our community with other communities, startups, and innovation centers. This is the building, how it's going to look. It's the exterior image. And this picture is very important to understand how we are working in this innovation project. And to understand how we become in a building, in an infrastructure project like that, is very important to put together and working together the different stakeholders of the project. And that's something that takes a lot of time, a lot of meetings, and concrete governance structure between those stakeholders. So, in the right of the picture, we can see the development of different uses, and in the left side, we can see the definition in architecture of this project, to finally complete a flexible and all connected spaces for this use. Very looking to the city. And this image is very important because what we are looking is to connect with a vibrant city, with people working, eating, and having fun together. And this is something that we are now looking here for Baku. Now I would like to present a project that we are developing here in Baku. It's called The Loop. We are in the second stage of this project, and now we are doing the development of cost study, market study, business plan, and a schedule. But how starts this project? This project was started 5 years ago when we got the membership of ACAE. ACAE is an organization to develop the relations between Azerbaijan and Spain in the issues of culture and business and economy. So we start together with ACAE in a project of a mixed use where we believe to create an identity in a neighborhood like this project, because it's a big project, it's necessary to study deeply what's going to happen inside and how it's going to happen. So it's not only about how many square meters we are going to build, it's much more what's going to be there and how it's going to be managed. So the architecture of the management of this infrastructure is even more important than the architecture itself. So we are in a deep analysis of how many residential, how many shopping malls, how many food hall, hotel, business center, wellness center, education, of course, and others we will have to make a vibrant and alive building. Because if not, we are not going to do nothing relevant, just a big building, and it's not the issue in this case. So our goal is to design a year-round challenge, a building which is going to be used all over the 12 months and break the seasonal characteristic of leisure, tourism, and others. So what we are looking for is to make a program to make that neighborhood infrastructure building fulfill of life all over the year. And now just few images of how it's going to be the project, and just thank you very much. And that's all. Dik Hatinisha Wira Takshakur Edram. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanda. I really appreciate it. And by this one, I want to conclude this panel for the distinguished speakers. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have a time for Q&A session. We will just come to Q&A after the second slot. Thank you very much, and let's give the big applause to our panelists. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to right now invite the speakers for another panel on another speaking slot number 8, Leaving No One Behind, Gender, Youth and Disabled. Ms. Ivana Unlova, Mr. Davut Rahimli, Mr. Guido Ambroso, and Ms. Leila Hassanova. We're starting exactly in 1 minute, so please don't leave. The coffee break will be afterwards. We have to catch up the time. So you're going to be first, right? Sure. Do you have a presentation? Yes. Okay, without further delay, I want to just move to another slot, speaking slot number 8, Leaving No One Behind, Gender, Youth and Disabled, from smart cities to, we're coming to the inclusiveness policy. And I want to just give the floor to Ms. Ivana Unlova, who is coordinator of the UN Habitat sub-program, and she's going to speak about placemaking and well-being, inclusive, resilient and green sustainable approach in response of the forced displacement, a refugee and IDP crisis. Ms. Unlova, you have between 5 to 7 minutes.
Thank you. Now, how do I...
Thank you.
How do I move this? There's a delay, yeah? Yes. Oops. Okay, I will skip this. Yes, good afternoon. It's a real pleasure to be here and a privilege to be invited on behalf of the UN Habitat to speak about the aspects of inclusion of internally displaced people and refugees. I will not necessarily get very deeply on the issue of gender because there are others who speak about it after me, but I'll speak in general about the work in UN Habitat under what we call Flagship 4, which is focusing on inclusive cities and provides the policy framework for our work, which is very much operational and on the ground in a large number of countries. So I'm starting with a quote from the Secretary General from last year, which says that internal displacement to be increasingly an urban phenomenon. And we know indeed that over 80% of IDPs, internally displaced people, sorry, I will be using the acronym, are currently residing in urban settings. So it means they are in cities and in towns living together with us. There are a little bit fewer than that, roughly about 60% of refugees who are also residing in cities and in towns. In other words, the traditional idea of refugee or IDP camps that we know maybe from the last century, end of the 20th century or the 2010s, are no longer applicable. People who are forcibly displaced and increasingly also displaced because of the impact of climate change are actually residing in cities. Now, I don't know enough about the wave of displacement that your country, Azerbaijan, faced after the first war in Karabakh. But what I've heard, people came to Baku and other cities. So I think you have lived this kind of situation in your own country and can very well relate to that. The dilemma or the task, the solution is to either make sure that people are accepted there where they flee to and that they are able to settle there permanently, or to design a solution that will ensure that there will be a possibility for sustainable return. In other words, what we were privileged to see yesterday in Ağdam is the path towards the latter solution that I am describing, which is really to create environment for conducive returns where people can settle and stay sustainably. As your government has said, and your president himself yesterday in his speech, you are talking about returns to Karabakh forever.
So this is what we as the UN also work towards. Okay, I have a couple of slides, and again, cognizant of the time, I have a couple of slides about what happens if the migration is not managed. And if there is no appropriate response in the cities and towns where the forcibly displaced people come, and if the capacities are not in place. I think we don't have to dwell on that because I think Azerbaijan really is working and has demonstrated that there is a lot of capacity in that regard. And what is important to highlight in this regard is really not only the role of the central government in terms of the legislation and the policy, but also the capacity of the local authorities. Because they are ultimately the ones who are helping those who are displaced, who are making them integrate within the communities that are receiving them, and that are able to address the issues around access to basic services. In other words, is there enough running water? How is the sewage system? How is the school system, right? When you suddenly have 20, 30, 40 or million people extra. I mean, your country has lived through a massive displacement, so I don't have to describe it, and I'm very sure that when you are now watching on television screens what's going on in Ukraine, you can very much relate to what the impact of the war and the displacement, which goes hand in hand with war, obviously, because there is no war without displacement. So what the impact really is, both on those who have to move, but also on those who are on the receiving end, the communities who suddenly have to share on whatever they have available with those who have come. Yeah, I'm skipping. And it was highlighted yesterday, yes, I'm trying to keep. What was highlighted also yesterday in one of the presentations in Ağdam was that if you do not have the data, you cannot manage. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. I don't know the colleague who said it, if he's still with us. So basically the idea is, if you do not have the proper and complete information, the data, it's very difficult to design any kind of interventions and solutions. So this is what we are stressing in our work on the urban crisis in UN Habitat, through also the so-called Urban Migration Network or platform, which tries to gather information, data, really hardcore information about the numbers of people, the type of movements from there to where, the access to services, and so on. From the experience, we know that this is really the basis for eventually then determining how do we design a project or a program going forward. For you now, when you are designing, of course, the returns and the resettlement of IDPs back to their homes, this is of key importance, because you do have to know, and the question also was raised here, how many people are there going to be in Shusha? And the architects didn't know, right? They said 25, maybe 23, whatever. It's very important, because that will determine, of course, how do you arrange the new town, how will be the systems of the basic services laid out, and so on. So we really cannot overemphasize that element. Okay, I'm running very quickly. This is a description of what we call flagship program that we have in UN Habitat, that really emphasizes the need for the knowledge that can inform the solutions which then become operational on the ground in countries or in regions. Yeah, I'm going to skip this. The key principles here, I've mentioned it already, is the different layers of the government. The central government, which obviously leads and sets the policy, the law, the legislative framework. But then, of course, we have the local authorities, sub-regional authorities, local authorities, and mayors, municipalities, whatever it may be called. What is very, very important is, of course, the cross-sectoral coordination with those who are the providers, be them private or public, of the services in the cities or new towns. The participatory processes that were mentioned also in some of the presentations, where we really take on board the wishes and desires of the populations that we are preparing the project for. It's very, very important to confirm that our planning assumptions are really correct, that they are relevant. So we are planning Susha for 25,000 people. Is it indeed 25,000 people who want to go back to Susha? Maybe it's 50. Maybe it's all the descendants of those who originally had to leave Susha who now also want to come back. On the contrary, maybe there might be fewer of them. So it's very important to, for example, undertake an intention survey, and I think we heard it yesterday in Ağdam that that was something that was happening, and there was a very, very high percentage of people who expressed their wish to return back to their homes. But I think it's very important. Also because there might be people who have not only moved to Baku or other places in Azerbaijan, but who also went out as refugees, and they now want to return. So, very important. I'm running very quickly. This is just about our global portfolio, because we have recently been asked by the General Assembly of the UN to report on the crisis portfolio in UN Habitat. And we were given a sample of 26 countries that the General Assembly selected for us, where they know we have been working on crisis. And just to show this, what is the current trend, and unfortunately I'm sure that is also the truth for Azerbaijan, namely that we have increasingly convergence of crises, that we not only have the crisis of migration, which may be forced by conflict, but we also have the climate impact that very often can create a massive displacement as well. I mean, we don't have to go very far in time. You know what happened in Florida just a couple of weeks back. It's massive, massive, massive, beyond any imagination. And this is just, this is my last slide, just a sort of suite of services that UN Habitat provides to all our partners, of course to member states, both in terms of housing, planning, also housing, land and property rights, which are extremely important for people who may be returning back to their home communities and their properties have been lost, or there is a need for restitution, and so on and so forth. We have tools that we are using still in a conflict time and post-conflict time, like for example now in Ukraine, urban profiling, which helps us to determine the functionality of the neighborhoods and how quickly the neighborhoods can start functioning again, what would be the key elements that would make them function again, and so on and so forth. And then finally, we have a whole new set of tools that we are developing for the purposes of the climate crisis. Yeah, I think I stop there. So let this be an invitation to you and to your government at all levels to request from our Habitat assistance and support in all these areas. Thank you very much. It has been a real privilege. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sunlova. Really appreciate it. And now we're moving toward Mr. Dawood Rahimli, who will address the questions of the inequality through resilient urban governance and smart cities, children, youth, and disabled-friendly urban policies and actions. The floor is yours.
Çok sağ olun, teşekkür ederim. Ben de öz növbəmdə
Also, I would like
thank the Committee of Urbanism of the Habitat, to the University of Habitat for organizing such an event in here for today in my name and on behalf of our organization. It's of course it's a great privilege for us and it's a priority on our world for today. We should know the vision of our people to create a settlement for them, and this is very important on this item. And I will introduce myself. Davud Rahimli. I will have further presentations. I will use my other statistics to know what is our strategy. The population of Azerbaijan is also 10% of more than 10% of in Azerbaijan are the person with physical disabilities, and today our subject for today touches also for the settlement, for the human settlement, for the life quality of the people, and that's why I think that we should take into consideration that the fact that there is a diversification among the people. We have the people with disabilities, for example, and if we create, for example, smart cities or other type of cities, urbanism. The principles of urbanism, the projects for and the components should be based on the disabilities also, as in the previous presentation we talked about the refugees, displaced people. These kind of people also should be taken into consideration, because if we don't take them into consideration, it means that these settlements or these smart cities will not and their smartness, they will lose their smartness, if you can say this way. It means that if this city exists, it should exist for all category of people, and that's why we should take into consideration all the components, just to do not have the lack, because as you know, if we don't put cell on our plate, it means that it will not be delicious. That's why in this example I would say that for the further urban planifications and also for the further recovery planification, we should take all of this into consideration. As an Azerbaijani, as a citizen, I would like to demonstrate that our main victory was that we reestablished our dignity, territorial integrity of our country, and in all these activities, I think that we should take all these facts into consideration. After the conflict, after the war, I had a case to visit these liberated territories, because it was a suffer for me to be in the cities. But yesterday we were together in Ağdam. We participated in one big building. For example, we went to visit one building, but I wasn't able to enter to this building. Beforehand, I was a programmist. I worked as an architect also. I saw all the construction works that are being done there, all the infrastructure that is being done there, and it's something very impressive for us, because during this short time, all these works were possible to take place. And for example, we were in Shusha. I have participated in the conference in Shusha. I was only able to pass my time in the hotel, in the Karabakh hotel, because in the first floor of the hotel, because I wasn't able to take the lift, to take the ascensor. We were the host there. For example, we were visiting different places of the city, different places of the, but I wasn't able to visit them. That's why I understand what can be the difficulty, the complexity, and if we think about reconstruction, I'm happy to see that the city is under the construction. I understand. We understand very well. We said we don't have any request about visiting, seeing this city, but as a citizen, we will see this place. But for the moment, we should understand the situation that that we have today, and otherwise we should think that, as I understand, till afternoon we had different speakers, for example, Mr. Anar and other speakers who took the floor. And we passed our wish to them also. We told them that we understand the difficulty of the jobs, but in the jobs and the works, the activities that are taking place, you should take into consideration all these facts. For example, today I am older person. Others also will has to go there, and we are living in this component, and that's why all these proposals, all those recommendations that we have given should be taken in place in a possible way. We talked, of course, we talked about the inclusiveness. Maybe we don't, some of us don't implement is, maybe it's implemented not in a total way, but in a full way. But we should know that we have the diversity among the people, among the community, and in the community we are all humans, and we are equal, and with our differences we are equal. How to say, all the different people can come together, and this schema we can see. During a long time we were facing the degradation, as you see on the photo, because it was our conception, our vision, and after we were isolated, and for example, people with physical disabilities were living in the places that were created only for them. After we created the form of integration, all these people were integrated into the community, and today we start to talk about the inclusivity, because we want a community where we have the inclusiveness, and to make all these works, all the urbanism, smart city, and all other planifications are the forms makes us understand the fact that for all of this we need the inclusivity is a very component, and that's why we need the regularity. We need the laws for this, and after what, in all of this. We can compare these two photos. For example, we need to take into consideration the design, universal design principles during the planification, reconstruction works, and it means that we need to create the possibilities for all people, for all community, and without all of this, we can say that people will not be able to use it, and it will be complex for them to use all this. Another main issue in the community is that, I'm sure for that, but another main issue in the community is the fact that either with these regularities, regulatories, with the laws, people should understand how they accept the disability, how For example, they could understand that I am a person with a disability, but I am not a person with illness. That's why they will also recommend to create all these possibilities. Today we talked about the sustainable cities, the creation of sustainable communities. I'm sure that we will have a regulatory basis. As I have already told about universal design, I need to talk about the fact that universal design takes into consideration of the creation of all of the possibilities for all people. Now, excuse me, for the DLA, we can see the examples of the works that we have already done in the different places of the Republic. For example, Laçan, Lankaran, Salyan, Masalli, or in other districts within the framework of the assistance program of UNO, we were able to create accessibility, but we are not the construction company. We are an organization working on disabilities, and that's why our main job was to attract this kind of institutions, and which we are sure that the further events, the further such a kind of organization will help us to continue our efforts, contributions to create the community where we will have the equal possibilities for all people, equal rights for all people. I'm sorry for this delay. I'm thankful for your attention. Thank you so much.
Although this policy is targeted towards refugees, much of it is also applicable to IDPs. As you know, refugees are persons who escaped from persecution, war, or invasion, crossed an international border, and are unable to return to their country of origin because of these reasons. They are therefore not citizens of the country where they live. On the other hand, by definition, IDPs are citizens of the country where they find themselves, although they might have also fled because of war and invasion, like refugees. Here in Azerbaijan, the number of refugees who fled conflict or persecution, and I mean the refugees from foreign countries, is relatively modest. 1,800 individuals, out of whom 60% are from a vulnerable minority from Afghanistan. It is not surprising that approximately 98% of these refugees live in urban areas around Baku and Sumgait. However, considering that Baku and Sumgait have a combined population of over 3 million, they have a limited impact on the urban economy or society. They are commendably protected from expulsion. They progressively accessed rights to education, legal employment, and health services, but they still lack a legal status, and which prevents them from carrying out some simple tasks like opening a bank account or getting a SIM card or a driving license. This, unfortunately, is also the same situation for the approximately 4,200 Ukrainians who arrived in Azerbaijan after the 24th of February. And their situation is, to some extent, even more precarious because they're here with a tourist visa and they don't have access to legal employment and social services. Regarding the hundreds of thousands of IDPs in Azerbaijan after the end of the first Karabakh conflict, by the way, I was here in Azerbaijan from 1995 to 1997 with UNHCR, so I remember very, very well the situation. A UNHCR report from 2002 found that more than half of displaced persons still lived in temporary shelters, such as public buildings, hostels, school and day centers, camp settlements. The most fortunate lived with their relatives or host families in houses built by humanitarian agencies or in houses built by the state government institutions. The situation improved much since those days. Let me show you some pictures from those days that I took myself. These are from 1996. I have many more pictures from that period. For those who don't know, in top left, there is a dugout. A dugout is a place which was used to be for sheep. Because some of the people were seasonal nomads in the summer in the heights of Karabakh and in the winter in the plains, and those caves were used originally for sheep, but in 95, 94 they were unfortunately used by the IDPs themselves together with train wagons and carriages. And you can see some IDPs in other very, very precarious situations. So the situation for the IDPs, and on the right you can see some of the housing model that we developed way back in '96 to give a more dignified accommodation to some of these IDPs. One other thing that I wanted to stress is that in terms of geographical location, based on data provided by the State Committee on IDPs and for IDPs and refugees, out of the approximately 654,000 registered IDPs, approximately 216,000 live in Baku, 58,000 in Sumgait, and 24,000 in Ganja, for a total of almost 300,000. So we might conclude that approximately 45% of these displaced persons, who were almost entirely originally from rural areas, now have lived in urban areas for quite some time. So, as has been mentioned, urbanization does not have only a socioeconomic dimension, but also a sociocultural dimension in terms of social relations and access to also entertainment facilities, particularly for young people. So, and now I conclude, I think that one of the challenges as the government embarks on the noble project of the Great Return as a sustainable solution after 30 years of displacement will be not just the daunting task of reconstruction and demining, but also to create an urban center where particularly young people who have been used now to live in urban areas will find a better place. I know that this is one of the objectives of the Ağdam, and so I think that the government has correctly identified this problem. And the final thing to say, as has been stressed by many other speakers, is the crucial importance of people-centered planning, participatory planning, and on involving the displaced persons in the planning that concerns the future of their life. Çok sağ olun.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ambroso. So the last but not least, I would just want to ask Ms. Leyla Hasanova, who is education specialist from UNICEF Azerbaijan, addressing inclusion of children and adolescents with disability through education and skills.
Çox sağ olun Anar müəllim. İcazə versəniz, baxmayaraq ki, mən bugün beynəlxalq təşkilatı təmsil edirəm, mən Azərbaycanca danışacağam. Bugün
I will be speaking in English. First of all, on behalf of the universe, I would like to greet. It's my pleasure to greet all of you on today's discussions. And today I would like to talk about. Today I would like to talk about the child and with disabilities, because the inclusive education should be done for all children, either they are disabled, and to create the fearless, the fair community. When I was preparing my presentation, I was thinking about the inclusive education, and I was trying to find what is the adaptability with this event and between this event and the inclusive education. As you know, the inclusive education is one of the number 4 among the sustainable development goals. And when we talk about the inclusion, first of all, we talk about the rights, and to provide with this right. Today we have the world, which are building, which will be changing tomorrow, and the rights of child should be our priority in all of this. In 2009, the Republic of Azerbaijan ratified the right of convention for child with disabilities, and inclusive education is considered one of the priorities for the student educations for child. And the last years we organize different state programs, and in these programs talks about the protection of education right of students, to take apart all the limits for the education. If we talk about the official statistics in Azerbaijan, we have 52,400 child with disability which pass which get the allocation from the state. It means that it is 1.9% of the population, and if we compare it, it's not a big number, but when the UNICEF, regarding the reports of international reports of UNICEF, 1 out of 10 child have the disabilities, and the inclusive education is a very recent notion for Azerbaijan. And we have pilot projects for the inclusive education in Azerbaijan, and I can say that this is the project which is not going on with a great speed, but during these 5 years we have already constructed 22 schools with inclusive education, and more than 200 children are enrolled in these inclusive schools. Why we need full inclusion in education and skills sector? Those who have the disabilities, with people with disabilities, they can face the discrimination. To make apart the discrimination in the community, in the education, we need to have we need to define what are the limits on the education, on the right and other stuff. Mrs. and Madam, education is very important for life quality of person, employment, physical and psychological health is very important also for people with disability. The education, the quality of education helps also for reducing the social expenses to increase the social life quality of people. And also in the way forward, we have the other steps we need to that need taken place. We need the legislation first of all, because in the legislation also we have some limits, and also other steps that need to take place. Teachers need to get trained, and we need to create curriculum. And the flexible financing and governance also is needed. And also, and other support technologies are needed for the inclusive education, for the child and for the community, to create, to enlarge the environment with inclusive education is important. To build the educational infrastructure we need the norms, we need to think about the security of child, we need to respond to the different category of qualities, and also we need to answer we need to have the design rules to facilitate the usage of these buildings by the child, and we need to create the recommendations on this effort, and we need to take in consideration the assessments to create best quality lifestyle for child, and to reduce negative effects. And I would like to reiterate this occasion also to talk about the mine security. We were informed about the mine security also, and the UNICEF in this direction also is taking some steps in a cooperation with Azerbaijan. UNICEF, ANAMA, and the Ministry of Education are organizing the trainings to educate families and children, and this program took place between 2021 and 2022, and in 10 different regions of the country, Tartar, Ağdam, and Fizuli, and in other places, more than 100,000 population and 20,000 students participated in this training. Thank you so much for your attention.
Appreciate for that. And with this, we are concluding our today's panel. I'll just give the floor to organizers.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Valiyev. Thank you for professionally, enthusiastically moderating our session. Dear speakers, thank you very much indeed for speaking today. We are very grateful for the time and effort you took to share your thoughts and your experience with all of us. Thank you very much. Dear guests, now we are leaving for a short coffee break, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Değerli qonaqlar, biz indi 15 dəqiqəlik çay fəsiləsinə ayrılırıq. Çox sağ olun.
distinguished guests, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this really packed and informational conference that was put together. It was really a good opportunity to see the great city, once great and future great city of Ağdam yesterday with all of you. And I would like to thank all these participants at this session for your perseverance, your continued interests. As you all know, we are kind of a little bit behind of the schedule. So I will really like to ask all of our presenters now that they just, emphasize the basic points, the most relevant and the most issues that they want to highlight for our participants to take home, basically. Because, we have a number of presenters right now in 2 different sessions and another session afterwards as well. So let us try to keep the interest going, and if possible, we can spare the details. That would really be appreciated. I was also asked to prepare a presentation on my organization's perspective on urban issues. I work for Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, and for us the urban food agenda is really important in the sense of establishing resilient urban environments, urban cities, resilient and sustainable cities, basically. So if my presentation appears, I will just show a couple of concepts that can feed into this circular economy debate. But if not, we can deal with it later on. So without further ado, there has been some changes in the list of presenters for this first session. So based on the request, I will give first the floor to Mr. Andris Ravins, the mayor of Jelgava city. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With colleagues, I am from Latvia, and I say big thanks to organization, to Azerbaijan, to President with possibility will now be here, see Karabakh. And my city, last center, 44 years destroy Soviet and Germany armies, destroy, and yesterday I see 2 pictures when I leave my city some 10 years ago. And we now in our city was be 1,500 Ukraine refugees, and we understand and we go and walk together. Jelgava is fourth largest city in Latvia. Jelgava is located very close to Riga, our capital, which is good and bad at some time. Jelgava is development center of national importance. The special role of Jelgava is education, culture, health, sports, sciences, and innovation center as a driving force for the development of the region and Latvia. Jelgava is the sixth best in Europe in terms of attracting, I am sorry about my English, attracting foreign investments in 22-23 in a group of cities up to 100,000 inhabitants for the development of the region and Latvia according by Financial Times magazine. Jelgava is an industrial city with development manufacturing industry, the dominant industries of which the metalworking, mechanical engineering, woodworking, food production, plastic processing. In recent years, economic activities in the manufacturing industry has interested replied. Since 2003, the municipality has been investing in the arrangement of industrial territories by building access roads, attracting electricity, gas, water supply and sewerage, which attracted serious foreign investors. During the implementation of European Union funds projects, the arrangement and development is the city technical infrastructure, roads, streets, in industrial degraded areas, and being continue in order and create favorite environment for business development, investors, entry and jobs creation. In Jelgava, we are communicated to promoting sustainable and meeting climate changes by reduction CO2 emissions by 40% by 2013. In 2021, we have already reduced it by 28%. The main complement works is to get interested in the energy efficiency of buildings, reconstruction of streets, light, introducing every effect solutions. Other of the very and perspective implement steps in the use in the renewable resource, wood chips in the city, heat producing. 5,000 cubic meters large heat accumulation tank, the accumulated the in the near future is planned to introduce hydrogen powered public transport in the days city in Jelgava. Jelgava is a smart city, which means by wisdom and security. The development of Jelgava is a smart city is based on knowledge and innovations in line with the city development strategy. Urban infrastructure and security are monitored with 1,016 different sensors. Jelgava is most date Municipal Operation Information Center in the Baltic states. Of course, in order, it's electrobus and point, and next is in order to improve the modernize the functionality of Jelgava residence card and the Jelgava students card, new cards, the oh yes, it's next please. Yes, it's Jelgava students card, new cards are beginning industrial in the city, which will make it possibilities to more effectively recept the various benefits of service for Jelgava residents. It's important the new cards can also use the means of payment, and they will simulate works at MasterCard payments card. Thank you, and I am sorry about my English, and once more, big thanks to organizers which will be here. Our delegation says big thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Ravins, and sorry about the time pressures. Hopefully we will have some time later on to discuss the issues as well. Now I give the floor to Mr. Dr. Christian Mohan, who is the co-founder of United Cities organization from Norway.
Dear Azerbaijan, dear UN Habitat, UN family, dear co-hosts here at ANA, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this kind opportunity to present some of our work. And in the light of having listened in for 2 days, I would totally refurbish my presentation. And kind of, I will try to do this within the confines of my 4.5 seconds of speaking time. And what I want to leave the audience with is, having come here just over 48 hours ago, a bit reluctantly, I must say, being blown away with what I've seen, and now seriously going back to our board to ask, can we move some of our operations here? In particular, our United Future Labs simulation centers to develop Baku as a center for the region for sustainable urban development. That's something we're already discussing, and that would not have happened without this event. What we do, very simply, and we can talk about sustainability all we want, who is going to pay? Where is the money coming from? Who's mobilizing the resources? How do we de-risk these investments? United Cities are not going to spend a lot of time on us. We fund stuff, we have solutions, and we manage a global network of cities and city partners, including a lot of corporates. We do this in partnership with the UN. This is from the signing of a framework agreement to set up our labs in the MENA region, headquartered in Beirut. It's a data hub for all of West Asia to simulate urban solutions across the continent. We have methodologies to do this, developed in partnership with the EU Commission and academic institutions. But all the time, we're looking for opportunities for sustainable value creation, including this image from Beirut, Lebanon. They have a lot of potential. They have a lot of small businesses. How do you begin to connect these businesses, their solutions, to a docking station that affords them future prosperity? It can be made very complicated. That's what I'm doing here. But it's basically a story about, confined by the 2030 Agenda, the Paris Accord, and ambition of net zero prosperity, connecting private sector solutions to the needs of cities and local communities, and using catalytic instruments to do so, including technology, including finance, and always predicated on the data. And what we've been seeing for the last couple of days is an amazing array of data. UN Habitat alone is an amazing repository of data not being used in many instances. Their work is amazing, and we're always looking for ways to explore the potential of this information for sustainable value creation. We do this in part by challenging everyone to uplift their solutions into digital twins using advanced simulation technologies, the same types of technologies that developed the offshore industry in my country, and de-risking many of the most expensive infrastructure programs in history. And we do this before we start, in this case, building solar plants in the Middle East. It's much cheaper to do it virtually before you blow the mountain away. Of course, as we've heard, not least from Pontus earlier today, it's not just about being smart in terms of IoTs and technology, it's also about people. So everything we do is always linked back to social innovation, to training, to investments in people, because in the end, it's about the capacities for people. But once again, technology can enable this and further de-risk these types of investments. One example of kids walking for their municipalities in the Middle East, converting their steps into tokens that can be put towards infrastructure so they can literally light up their mosque, their school, their street, their hospitals. A couple of weeks ago, we launched this platform together with partners in New York, hosted by Amina and Jeffrey Sachs, one of the architects, two of the architects behind the SDGs. Yet another global example of what we're doing in terms of uplifting the power of networks to resource mobilize towards sustainable development and net zero prosperity. The world is full of solutions looking for opportunities to create value. This one partner alone has a repository of 30,000 solutions proven across 187 countries, many of which are coming from Azerbaijan, by the way, creating potential for sustainable value creation. And working with big partners like my 250,000 colleagues at KPMG, we have the ability to reach at scale a lot of communities with these solutions, with these opportunities. And anyone who's interested can come to our events during COP, both in the blue zone and the green zone, and learn more about the power of this, including, and I think I'll end there, with the big investments we're doing, and hopefully we can do together here, maybe even here at ANA, setting up a center, creating these types of internship programs, because it's also and always about the next generation. How can we draw learning from this, educate people, and rediscover the importance of data, knowledge, science, in the work we're trying to do for sustainable value creation. So again, it goes back to these questions that I really care about, and we saw great examples of this yesterday in Ağdam. There is high potential to do a lot of things, but you're facing a lot of complex, if not complicated, challenges. This can be resolved through the use of technology, and again, my invitation, we'll see what my board says. Let's set up something here in Baku that can begin to serve and expedite, accelerate the development of communities like Ağdam and beyond, not just for Azerbaijan, but hopefully for the wider region. I think you have potential to have a front-runner role in this type of work with the resources and your demonstrated speed of impact. Any questions can be directed to my colleague over there. You heard from him yesterday. He's our ears and eyes on the ground right now, and he would be excited to follow up with anyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moen. Okay. So as I mentioned, I would like to just highlight some concepts for future discussion by the panelists for this circular economy and the food crisis that we are facing, really. As you know, the 3 C's were mentioned yesterday of COVID, conflict, and climate change. These are all disruptors to the food networks, and it is exacerbating a food crisis throughout the world. We are falling further away from reaching SDG 2 on eliminating hunger, and this needs to be factored in all plans for achieving sustainable and resilient cities. We have several concepts to highlight for this approach, and FAO is always available for further discussion of these if you're interested. But it's important to highlight, to strengthen the local networks of the cities and local sourcing of the foods, which will also support job creation, community building, resilience, and such approaches. There's also urban and semi-urban agriculture activities that were mentioned by several presenters throughout the days. And it creates a lot of opportunities for healthy life, healthy cities, biodiversity restoration of land, etc., and also regeneration of abundant lands around city areas. There are considerations about agroecology, but the main point I would like to point out is the recycling of residues, which is also related to the food waste, which is a really important urban issue, but also a great resource for further agricultural productivity increases. Hopefully, these presentations will be shared with you, and if you're interested, please come find me afterwards as well. I can point out to further issues, but my colleagues can mention some of the issues about the circular economy and how we can benefit from resources that are available within our existing food systems to eliminate hunger and prevent further depletion of the natural resources. Sorry for my intermission, and now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Goshtahab Mozaffari from Urban Economy Forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hürmetli Cenab Tedbir Sedri, hanımlar ve
Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me after 23 years during 23 years I have worked for the city development. I'm happy to be able to visit the city of Baku. I am very thankful for this invitation. I am Azerbaijani from Iran. I would like to thank you.
Azerbaijan. Thank you for the sincere invitation and warm hospitality of Azerbaijan officials. As you know, the global trend in urbanization has brought with it increased wealth as cities generate 80% of the world's economy. Yet, when poorly planned and managed, urbanization generates inequalities and has already left 1 billion people living in slums with inadequate and often precarious living conditions. However, if steered and deployed correctly, urbanization can help the world overcome some of its major global challenges, including poverty, inequality, environmental degradation, climate change, fragility, and conflicts. Unfortunately, the region in which we live, including the Central, West, and Southwest of Asia, the South Caucasus, and the Middle East, although is an interconnected and integrated region with a common civilization, culture, and history, and its unique competencies and capacities, but due to different critical man-made challenges and conflicts, it has been able to develop and flourish to the extent of its capacities yet. The ever-increasing population and rapid growth of urbanization in our region brings both opportunities and threats, benefits and problems to the region's nation-states. These problems and challenges, along with other natural and human-made super challenges such as climate change, environmental disasters, political tensions and conflicts, and the spread of destructive religious and ethnical prejudices and blind terrorism. And sometimes it's irresponsible policies and measures of some national and local governments causes a decrease in the level of public welfare and increase harmful consequences such as unemployment, poverty, and migration. Obviously, these critical challenges cannot be handled by governments alone, even though they are empowered and responsible enough. Effective confronting with these challenges requires the close cooperation of all stakeholders and partners, including mayors, city managers, and local authorities. The collaboration and participatory initiatives and measures at local, national, regional, and international levels, through employing and developing all capacities, can realize better conditions of managing challenges and using opportunities towards creating better cities and providing better life for the citizens of the region. In this regard, along with dozens of professional institutions and local cooperation networks, the creation of effective global measures and campaigns such as the New Urban Agenda and the SDGs are considerably important, and the appropriate policies and initiatives of national and local governments can improve urbanization, cities infrastructure, and public services and citizen quality of life. So because of that, a unique network to promote cooperation among cities is established by the name of Urban Economic Forum. Urban Economic Forum. Urban Economic Forum, or UEF, is an international organization that engages with the United Nations system, city leaders, and the private sector. It is a technical non-profit organization with its primary focus on urban economy and promoting its activities initially at the Canadian level, followed by expansion at the global level. So this forum established a pavilion, an urban pavilion in the city of Toronto in Canada. So Urban Pavilion is a kind of initiative to promote the exchanging of practices and ideas and projects between cities. It is guided by UN Habitat SDGs flagship program, which seeks to accelerate the realization of the SDGs by providing cities with monitoring and evaluation systems that define baseline through which to measure program. Their mission is collaboration between governments, global platform to inspire action and advocate for urban SDGs, use of urban data, and it's supported by people-oriented innovative solutions. This is the vision of our UEF, Urban Economic Forum. Urban Knowledge Exchange Hub is a platform that facilitates sustainability, robust, evolving space for cities' needs and global urban network, and so on. So these goals that the UEF promote in Urban Pavilion in Regent Park of Toronto. This is a photo of inauguration of this park by the support of UN Habitat and many institutions from government of Canada and also public sector and private sector, banks, and so other institutional, other financial institutions. So Yeah, thank you very much. My presentation is available in the maybe in the site of the event, and I would like to ask you and invite you to refer to my profile and enjoy it. Thank you very much and wish you a very fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muzaffari. Our next speaker is our colleague from UN Habitat, Ms. Vandia Ruinga. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm from UN Habitat, the Data and Analytics Unit. So the presentation today is on really monitoring. So building circular cities and economies through data-informed decision-making. So I will try and go through this quickly. So the 5 major points are introducing to you the degree of urbanization, what that is as a tool. Secondly, to look at it more in depth into SDG 11 monitoring and its linkages to other SDGs. Thirdly, we want to look at how could we monitor the circular economy and its link to the urban monitoring framework. And then we're going to look at reporting to establish baselines and progress, and we're going to look at observatories. Okay, so how is urban defined? Just the previous presentations talked about circular economy. It was more on green energy development strategy, green energy zones, utilizing of clean energy. So we hear a lot of these good messages about green energy. So cities demand 2/3 of the global energy, produce 80% of greenhouse gases, and 50% of global waste. It's very key that we know how to adequately measure what's urban, and how we measure urban and monitor urban really determines the results that we get from the methodology that is used. So we want to look at, what's interesting is looking at rapid growth, the shape of urban development, and its linkages, urban and rural. So as you know, urbanization is a phenomenon that impacts, we're looking at sustainable urban development, we're looking at the society, economy, environment, and the culture. So how urban is defined determines urban SDG results. So initially what we want to do is use the de Gruyter method, which is the degree of an urbanization method. We want to overlay a grid, 1 kilometer square, on the entire planet, I should say, on Earth, right? So if we overlay this grid on Azerbaijan, we are able to concretely look in and have a visible idea of what space looks like. So we're looking at people densities, and we have a better understanding of the population, how people are moving, the commuter zones, and the urban functionality of that area. This is really important for monitoring, and it's a very useful and powerful tool that really looks at the nitty-gritty of a city, which is very important. As you know, all cities already have the administrative boundaries. But the trouble with that is we're looking at urban-rural as a dichotomy and not an urban-rural continuum, which is really, because we don't just stop at the boundary. People still live and commute between different areas. So it's really, this measurement tool is that, it's very important in that regard. So there's, overall globally, there's a lot of variations in defining urban, and so for global comparisons, national comparisons, when we're putting all these numbers and figures together, it's like sometimes it's comparing apples and oranges. So this is where this tool, de Gruyter, comes into use. It has been adopted largely within the European countries. It's quickly being adopted throughout the globe. And I believe we've been having talks with Azerbaijan of how we can implement this within your statistical systems so that we can see how we can generate this data and use this harmonized definition as an advantage to monitoring. So the overview, I'm not going to go too much into it, but the objectives are we want to build capacity and support national governments monitor the SDGs, especially SDG 11, because we have a lot of spatial indicators. So this tool is very useful in that regard to monitor these spatial indicators. So another key area I want to talk to you about is SDG 11. So that's the entry point for monitoring with UN Habitat is SDG 11. SDG is interlinked to other SDGs. In fact, a third of the SDGs have an urban component. So this is a very strong argument is that if we do better in the targets within SDG 11, we also subsequent to that do better within the other SDGs. So really the focus in monitoring is not just output indicators. We're not just counting the number of hospitals, the number of primary schools. We are looking at outcome indicators. We want to look at access. We want to look at affordability. We want to look at use. So that's the point of that slide. Okay, so moving on to the urban monitoring framework and how is this important when we're looking at the circular economy. So the UN Habitat has this very comprehensive framework called the Urban Monitoring Framework. That's pretty new. It's a system-wide tool and guideline methodology that involved a huge task force that came together of experts in these different thematic areas. So I just want to highlight the domains are society, economy, like on the matrix going down, society, economy, environment, culture, and governance. Then we want to matrix that on with making cities and communities safe, peaceful, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. So we've generated a matrix, and within this matrix, the city objectives and their key domains. And within this matrix are city attributes. So for instance, we want to know what is a society that's safe and peaceful, what does that look like? And which indicators can be used to measure a society that's safe and peaceful. So using this matrix, we can measure our circular economy. We're going to look at indicators on environmental footprint, material waste, socioeconomic impact, and policy and process implementation. Then there's a voluntary local reviews. UN Habitat offers capacity in producing VLR reports. This is really key because what gets measured gets done. So if we report on it, then we know the progress of our cities, what do the trends look like, and what is needed to further develop our cities. So the previous speaker talked about SDG cities. So it's basically how all these tracks are interlinked. There's the data, there's the enablement track, there's the investment track, and all these connections are very important. Then finally, urban observatories, there's future cities and urban recovery strategies. There's a global reporting, national and local. So these are, this is an establishment, an institution that has everything. It has the planning, management, and governance. So we're looking at data infrastructure, we're looking at systems, we're looking at methodologies and tools, we're looking at stakeholders, specifically cross-sectoral action planning. How do all these stakeholders within all these ministries, within the NGOs, within the private sector, how do they all come together in their experts, because they're experts to understand the dynamics of the city so that it can function. It's people-centric, and all the stakeholders are involved, and there's local ownership. Yeah. So okay, if you want more information, I'd be happy to talk to you more on localizing the SDGs, and the tools and the methodologies are available and are applicable to Azerbaijan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ünlü. Our final speaker for this speaking slot is Ms. Tea Merikadze from European Bank for Reconstruction and Development in Georgia. The floor is yours.
I note I'm the last and we're running out of time, so I'll try to be brief. Salamlar, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tea Merikadze. I'm IBRD's Associate Director working on preparation and implementation of infrastructure projects in the Caucasus. In parallel, I'm leading EBRD Green Cities, the program which is operational across all of the countries of operation of the bank, and I have pleasure to present it briefly today. So it's not a surprise to anyone that 60% of the world's population lives in urban areas, and this is projected to increase in the coming decades. And as has been mentioned a number of times today at the presentations, the cities are a major driver basically of the impact which we are having from the climate change. So EBRD has launched its program, the Green Cities, in 2016. The idea was basically to support cities in the introduction of activities that would link planning to actual physical investments afterwards. The program has 4 components: delivery of strategy through the Green City Action Plan, which we call GCAPs, undertaking the investments, so financial support. We are providing also capacity building and technical assistance, and also providing access to green finance to the interested individuals and the cities. So since its development, the impact has been significant. The program unites more than 50 cities, and here we're talking about megacities, medium-sized and smaller cities. And this network gives opportunity to these different size cities to interact with each other and cooperate and exchange information. And the impact of the projects, which we undertook as part of the program, we wanted to show in a simple way. So CO2 savings, which has been achieved through our program, is equivalent to taking off 300,000 cars off the road. So now a few words how the program works and what's it about. Basically, it's quite flexible. All the cities who have a population at least 50,000 and who are eager to develop, who are committed to develop the Green City Action Plan can become part of the program. And for that, we just need to have first so-called trigger investment to start the cooperation. And then we provide all the support to develop the Green City Action Plan with them and to finance the investments afterwards. The program, if you look at the GCAP development, is basically 3 components. A baseline is assessed based on the international benchmarks of environmental indicators. Then actions are developed just to answer a question, what do we want to do with the current situation? And then the third one is implementation. Implementation through financing of the priority investments and policy measures. Here I'm just bringing an example from Tbilisi, which has developed the GCAP. The trigger investment was bus project, financed in 2016. Then we worked with the city on the development of a Green City Action Plan, and as a result we have follow-up investments happening in different directions, including the public transport and solid waste and others. In addition to to green aspects, the program also looks into other dimensions like gender, economic inclusion, smart maturity assessment is undertaken, as well as the risks assessment. So we go beyond the green dimension as part of the preparation. I won't stop further considering the time limitation on Tbilisi. I just want to mention that as part of our cooperation, we actually, in addition to upgrading the fleet, we also looked into the whole network of the transport sector. So it's not only the physical investments, but also policy measures which are being done with our support. Izmir was the first Turkish city involved in the program in 2018. GCAP was adopted in 2020. Despite the COVID restrictions, we still managed to get the work done. And in addition to the standard GCAP, we also supported CCAP, which is a commitment under Covenant of Mayors, was undertaken as part of our work. So I just want to mention that GCAP can go into the wider aspects than the standard in terms of reference. And one more aspect, as part of the cooperation, then we, as I said, not only look into the strategic planning, but also the investments. And so we are supporting Izmir with the metro investments, with the expansion of the metro. Our favorite city, Ganja, we were really pleased to see Ganja joining the program. Currently, work is actively and successfully underway on the development of a Green City Action Plan, and in parallel, we are working closely with authorities on implementation of trigger investments in the solid waste and street lighting system. The solid waste project will finance the collection equipment vehicles, the operations at the dump sites will be improved, and as I said, the GCAP is being done, and support will be provided in the project implementation as well. The street lighting investments will introduce advanced technologies for the city and will lead to substantial energy savings as a result of our investments. EBRD Green Cities is the website where you can find all published and adopted GCAPs, as well as information about EBRD events within this network. Here's my contact, as well as contacts of my colleague, Riyal Hajiev, our principal banker based in Baku, who is in charge of the infrastructure investments here. Teşekkürler.
Thank you very much, Thea. Well, I would like to thank all of our presenters for their understanding, for their speed in delivering their messages. The presentations should be available in the site of this event. I implore all of you to go check for further information. We should make sure that our contact informations are also in the presentation, so you can also reach any of us for your further questions and discussions. I would like to invite all of you to give a round of applause to our speakers, and while I invite the next 4 speakers for the speaking slot 10. Thank you. Well, we can do it afterwards, maybe, when we will have a break. Sure, we can do it when we finish this session. Thank you. Salam. Başlayalım. Okay. Thank you again. Our first speaker for this slot is Mr. Vasif Eyvazadeh from the Creative Industries Federation of Azerbaijan. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's my pleasure to join this urban forum, and thanks for organizer. Hörmətli dostlar, mən də Azərbaycan dilində davam edəcəm. Çox qısa deyəcəm çünki görürəm qısa.
Very short because I know that those who are short they get more applaudissements, and that's why I will be. Our presentation will be about creative industries, human capitals, and city transformation. And first of all, I would like to say that creative industry takes into consideration industry creativity in the city, in city life, and in the UNDP, and it gets 6% in the. And when we talk in Azerbaijan, we don't have exact statistics, but the statistic is that Azerbaijan 5% of the GDP in Azerbaijan goes to creative industries, mostly in the city of Baku. I will be talking about the main steps. I don't want to go deeply on details, so you can get further information through the slides. We need to have innovative approach. We talk about the smart city, innovative cities, but we should not know that on the basis of that we have the human factor, we have the creativity and then we can talk about the city, about the wealth, about the mental development of people, and that's why we are talking about the creative industry and creative cities. And you can see UNESCO in 2004 had a program. In 2004 we have the 246 cities which currently make up this network for the development partnership to promote creativity and the culture industries and creating culture in urban development plans. We have the categories of the city's crafts and folk arts, media arts, film, design, gastronomy, literature and museum. In Azerbaijan we have 3 cities which are enrolled in here. from 2017, it's starting from 2017, it's Shakias Crafts and Folk Art, Baku starting from 2009 in design, and Lankaran in gastronomy starting from 2021, and the government of Azerbaijan is continuing its works on, and we are working. We understand that the cities are based on the human capital, and that's why we have representatives of media, and that's important for them also. We should know the potential of each cities and the potential, the capacity of the citizens of this city, because they should know how to use their resources to make the city become a brand. As you know, the creative city is a city that has a brand and reflects a personality. And our districts and the cities have their dignity and the identity. Maybe our and the authorities should know what's their identity and take care in it. We can see the different categories for different cities. Regarding the Baku, we had some discussions with Mr. Anar also. In Baku, we have different city centers. We are, for example, in Baku, İçeri şehir is İçeri şehir, and the place Boulevard, the place where we have the creative clusters. We can create creative clusters that could help and increase creative life of our city. And at the end, I would like to close my discussion to get the applauds. To make creative, to make cities smart, we need we need the collaborativity. For example, the local authorities, national authorities, in these EONGs, they need to have the platforms to be integrated with each other, to collaborate with each other. We need to know what are the needs, what are the demands of the city, and we need to know what are the capacities of the city. I don't know, maybe the local authorities maybe don't know. I don't know if the local authorities have the data about the potential, about the capacity of their city, because that's very important data. And today in Baku, in Azerbaijan, we don't have a platform which units the cities, for example, which could unit which could be the development platform for the cities. It can be the know-how. But if there is no this kind of know-how, there is no possibility to exchange with practices. Which dances. I would like that our organizers organize also a survey to know what we learned from here, to know how, for example, today's participants can use all this information to improve their cities. For example, we could organize a survey on this regard. We would be happy to participate in this survey. I would like to say that the notion of creative city has two notions. Hard infrastructure, for example, when we talk about hard infrastructure, it's roads, parks, the buildings, and soft infrastructure. The second part, it's about the work potential. If either we have dynamic people, the creative people, this kind of synergy could help us to create very smart, very creative cities. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Pınar Çağlın. I work in the UN Habitat in the Planning, Finance and Economy section. And we have a team called ourselves Urban Lab, Urban Planning and Design Lab. So I would like to talk a little bit about our urban planning approach and what we are trying to promote in UN Habitat in terms of urban planning. How do we see the urban planning and the process and the approach? So we start with understanding the cities. First, we go to a place and we try to understand it. And then, as a second step, we try to plan that cities, that space. And then, as a third step, we try to transform that place. So these are the three pillars of the planning approach that we try to follow in UN Habitat. And then how do we understand what is like our main goal? What is our target when we work on the cities, on the planning? So we define this like the compact city, connected city, inclusive city, vibrant city, and resilient city. These are all like very familiar terminologies, whoever like worked on the planning field. But what do they really mean? What is a compact city? We always talk about compact cities, but how do we understand a city is compact enough? So we try to break it like up to the components, like to understand the compactness of city, what kind of special analysis we need to do. So for example, is it related to the accessibility to the key facilities, or is it about the infrastructure provision and how efficient the infrastructure is provided in a city? Does that define the compactness? Or for example, for the connectedness, yes, the street network and the permeability of the street network, but of course, there is also the public transport. How the public transport works will affect the connectedness of the city. Same with the inclusivity, the universal design, today also we talked about, but also the equitable service provision. So creating like the social mix areas is also related to the inclusiveness of the cities. And the vibrant city, like we always talk about the mixed use. Why? Because we believe that mixed use helps us to create more vibrant environments. And the resiliency, so how do we assess the vulnerability of the cities, but also in case of emergencies, in case of shocks, how the city is responding, that kind of like the shocks. This can be like environmental shocks, but also as we all like lived through the COVID-19 pandemic, so how our cities are responding to that. So after we understand the cities, we go to the defining the issues. What are the main challenges in that city? And then, based on those challenges, we try to identify our responses, some interventions. So we call this process like a very dynamic process. It is not like a regulatory, like the master planning process, but more like the strategic planning. And then we propose a scenario, a future scenario to accommodate the future population and the needs of the cities. So we identify these zones. And in this slide, it is like, I think, very interesting. In almost every city that we go, we see that urban expansion is not necessary. The existing urban footprint, if you use it in a more efficient way, it is enough to accommodate the future needs of the city, to accommodate the future population of the city. It's a matter of identifying how, where, how to do the regeneration, how do you transform those special areas. And then we try to test these future scenarios by calculating how much job we can create by proposing mixed-use areas in these cities, by proposing infill projects, because not all land is using its own maximum capacity. So there are underutilized lands. So if we use those lands more efficiently, how much job we can create and how much like vibrancy we can create in those areas. So after these like strategic proposals, it is super easy to come with like action plan. You can list all these urban interventions, actions, and then what do we do with the actions? Does the planning process end when we identify the actions? No. Most of the time, governments cannot implement, even though you give them list of the actions, because they don't know where to start, how to start. So you have to show them how these actions can be implemented on the ground by design projects. So we try to include all those strategic high-level recommendations, actions into the design scale. And how do? We don't forget about these 5 city objectives, the compact, connected, inclusive, vibrant, and resilience. And in every different scale, block level, street level, open space level, or the neighborhood level, we try to identify what kind of design actions we can use to implement those recommendations. And then, does the planning stop here? No, never, because even though you give how it is implementable, again, governments are not able to implement it because they don't know how to budget it, where to start. So there is the capital investment planning starts here. And what we are trying to do, capital investment plans are not completely economic plans, not financial plans, but they need to be aligned with the special recommendations. This is the key point. That's why we call it specially targeted capital investment plans. And then in our team, there is like a very famous phrase that we all use, and my supervisor used, I really like, and I would like to share it with you. If you want to start a fire, put all your sticks in one place. If you put one stick here, one stick there, you can never start a fire. So you can never start the transformation in a city. So if you are going to start implementing, start from one strategic zone. Implement the transportation, implement open public spaces, implement mixed-use areas, commercial, implement the housing, and start from that area-based transformation. It is much easier, and you can trigger the real redevelopment in the cities. So, in the capital investment plan, it is like very interesting because yes, you have the strategic plan, you can list the actions, and then you need to prioritize. And as I said, like the area-based prioritization is really key for the implementation. So for the governments, everything becomes like very clear. I'm coming to the end. And then you need to link those prioritized projects to the budgets. For the transformation, we don't need always like the huge amount of money to implement. But with the municipalities or governments, like own resources, you can change a lot in a city. Because there is already a budget share for the maintenance cost. And only by using those maintenance costs, you can improve the infrastructure a lot, and then you can have the city ready for the future populations. And then by doing this, of course, we have to look at the multi-scalar approach and the regional scale and the city scale and the neighborhood scale. They all have to be considered all together. And we believe that these plans should not be static. You do a master plan, you approve it, and then you implement it. No, it doesn't work like this. It has to be iterative. It has to be dynamic. And then, as we see in the pandemics, like our needs change. And then, how do our master plans change? And then it has to be like participatory. Even the capital investment planning can be participatory because women needs different things. Children need different things, and the youth need different things, and all different vulnerable groups, their needs are different. So how do we reflect all these different needs in the prioritization and in the master planning, dynamic master planning process? And then the ultimate goal is, of course, develop the capacity of the governments, but also all stakeholders, all the service providers. They all need to understand that their individual plans need to align with the special plans. So after we leave the cities, cities should develop their own plans and should be implemented by themselves. So just like I'm coming to the end, and after all these like the questions, I would like to invite you also to question like these master plans that we see like in the corridor, this like Shusha master plan, all divided with different zones and then very low residential areas, far from the city center. So I would like to ask, is this master plan dynamic enough? Is this master plan encourage us to be like a more connected, compact city? Or if I live in that like a low density neighborhood, would I use a bicycle or would I prefer using a private car to go to the hospital from there? And similar to other, like I have just like seen Ağdam and Fuzuli master plans here. So what about the infrastructure cost in those like low residential areas? Is it really feasible to create those neighborhoods there? Because infrastructure, yes, there is a cost for installment, but there is also a cost for maintenance. So how many hundreds of people will live in those like faraway neighborhoods? And will the cost be enough like to provide the services for that like a less population, really? And what about the public transport? So I'm just like asking these questions, and I would like to invite you to ask these questions for the master plans that we see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pınar Hanım. Thank you. There are really important questions and an outline for further discussion. We are thankful that UN Habitat will continue partnership with the government of Azerbaijan so that this conversation can keep on going. So our next presenter is Mr. Natik Hasanov from the Small and Medium Business Development Agency of the Republic of Azerbaijan. The floor is yours.
Axşamınız xeyir olsun. Mən də hər kəsi salamlayıram. Tədbirin təşkilatçılarına minnətdarlığımızı bildiririk bu dəvət üçün.
Of this event, I will be very brief, taking into consideration our situation for today. I will be touching the main issues for today. First of all, we know that micro and small business institutions are the main base, GDPs in the worldwide, and today when we talk about sustainable development goals, about CMEs, when we talk about the new models, I would like to exchange our opinion on it. As you know, in today's world, as you know, we have some kind of geopolitical, economical conflicts, armed conflicts, climate change problems, challenges, COVID-19 pandemic challenges, these kind of shocks that were very challenging for the sustainable development goals, and in front of these challenges, the public and private sectors should work together, and as we know, we know the SDGs, if we talk separately to the SDGs, all the 17 SDGs take into consideration SMEs, the participation of SMEs, and for the realization, the role of the SMEs for the realization of the sustainable development goals. And as you know, all these vulnerable subjects can be very challenging situations. In front of these challenges, ask the creation of new models, ask to be supported by the new models. And that's the reason why is in the international level to learn the international practices, or if we regard the Azerbaijan practices in Azerbaijan, I would like to give you some information. As you know, as it is in the world, in this situation today, is we need to assist SME subjects. We need funds. We need the accessibility of financial funds. Everywhere it is the same situation. And as a city, with the SMEs, the accessibility for SMEs are implemented by the institutional ways, by the creation by the creation of the funds. We have different financial mechanisms, and but we need to increase all this the number of these mechanisms. We are working on creation of the new fund, and as a and it will be OGC, and we will be attracting local and foreign investors to create more accessibility, fund accessibility, budget accessibility for SMEs. When we talk about the businesses, we need to have approach macro and micro approach. We need to talk about the effective organization in Azerbaijan. When we talk about the global level, the very successful models are being done on the classification, and today in Azerbaijan we have the package of reforms. We are creating the clusters, the code clusters, and in the taxes code also we are working on this also. And today, for example, we are talking on this topic, we are talking about the SDGs. We need to talk about efficacy, how to the effective management of the resources. This is the new process in Azerbaijan, and we think that this process will be approving itself. And we talk about macro and micro models. I would like to talk about the international practices that we use in Azerbaijan also. In 2020, we have the strategy of social economic development that is based on these measures in 2026, and in Azerbaijan, in different regions of Azerbaijan, mostly in Karabakh economic district region, and in other liberated places, we will be financing the infrastructure on this model for the reconstruction, for the rebuilding. And today we want to participate responsibility among public and private sectors in this regard. And another direction is the one. And the macro definition we talked about, and we will be talking about the micro definitions, about the SMEs, how the SMEs they manage themselves, the new management system for the SMEs, the new business management system, how to use more successful ways. Of course, it's also in our agenda, in the list of the agenda, it's in the list of our tasks. And digitalization and green economy also. We talk about the green economy, digitalization, and that's why we need to talk about the project where we have the participation of the international organizations also. For example, OECD, the business subject of OECD are working in the digitalization of businesses in Azerbaijan, and and as a result of this report, we have reorganized diagnostic of the SMEs, and we have done some recommendations to the policy recommendations to our government also, and with this, during the next step, we will be continuing our support in these directions in Azerbaijan, as everywhere in the world. In Azerbaijan, we have 3 directions. We want to promote new business models, to create, to inform the SMEs, to create infrastructure, we will be working on capacity building. I know that there is a delay. I came to the end of my delay, but I am obliged to say, because these tools are already used in Azerbaijan, for example, the startup certificates, the grant mechanisms that are supporting. We are doing internal studies. Maybe you can see other solutions also that we are promoting. But at the end, we can say that in all the economies, the SMEs are shaping the very economy in every world. And if we have the challenges in even Azerbaijan, and the government of Azerbaijan will have in his agenda the support, the assistance of the SMEs when they have challenges, and that's why we are creating new business models. And our agency also uses benefits from this practices and helps me. Thank you so much for your attention.
Company. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Akşamınız xeyir olsun.
Good afternoon.
Mən əslində çox
I have different other slides, but I will skipping them. When we talk about the urbanism, we had very issues that were talked about, and in Azerbaijan we are working on utilization of food oils, and when there are our trashes also, if you can say, and if our city, our country becomes it starts embellishing, but we have more and more trashes. But the trashes, we have two kinds of wastes: for domestic wastes and the wastes that are going to the pipes. At the end of 2016-2017, we were established, and we are established in Beylakhani. And we are accumulating tons of oils for domestic places, from industrial places. After what we are recycling it, it becomes a technical oil, and 95% is exported in different European countries as it is used as a technical glycerin and biodiesel. And in Azerbaijan, we are the only establishment working on this issue, and also we are delivered with the IC certificate, international IC certificate, which helps us to be exported to the European markets. But we saw already the support, with great support from your agency, Mr. From the Ministry of Economy. I have the list of those who have supported us, but the new contributions, I would say that we were able to benefit from every contributions of this your agenda of different institutions, and we hope that in the Karabakh zone area also we will be able to continue our activities. I would like to talk a little bit about the challenges. Here are not only us, but also those who are working on the wastes, or those who are working on the treatment or utilizing of because the number of these establishments are not too much. But for example, we have the regulatory process are not the same as in Europe. It does exist, but it's not as developed as in Europe. The second is bureaucracy. The question touches about the export issues. For example, the reutilization of waste is not well developed in Azerbaijan, because today we are mostly that's why we have this kind of challenges. And also we have the problem local level awareness. We see that with the years it changed. We have the improvements about the awareness, even most of the in Baku city, maybe it's through the channels, TV channels, for example, on Facebook, on Instagram, on a daily basis. We have the persons who are addressing us, and he says that we have at home this kind of oils that you can utilize, for example. And also, it's not only in Azerbaijan. We have that there are a lot of companies with tendency to export. Europe is a very interesting market for us. We have the difficulties because they don't know too much our country. And the last one will be about the supply chain disruptions. And when we see it on the internal supply chain, regarding the waste, where they put the waste, because we have the cars, the big cars that take the waste, because they are not, when then they enter to these small streets, we see the challenges. We cannot see, we don't have too many expert lines, for example, during the in the beginning of the Ukrainian war, we had of Ukraine-Russia, we had very great challenges, but for today we were able to arrange this problem. For the future also, we have future plans also. We want to treat, for example, new animal waste, for example, used waters, and to recycle and also to product biogases. We want to product biogas, but it depends how we will be improving our the smart city, because because we are looking to know who will be funding it, who will be investing on it. We would like that the government creates the ambitions, the conditions, but the private sectors works on the budget. Thank you.
A very interesting and precise presentation has demonstrated this waste issue is really a resource, not only for reuse, recycling, or reducing, but also a creation of job opportunities as seen. But it's also dependent on creating practical solutions of collecting, and this is a conversation that will obviously improve the urban life and quality of life as well. Thank you all for our presenters, and thank you all for your continued attention. Hopefully we will wrap up after the following session, and let us keep on having this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Basaran. Thank you. Thank you for enthusiastically moderating the whole session. Dear participants, I don't want to take up too much of your time. Let me announce the panel discussions on the topic of localization of SDGs and sustainable resettlement, moderated by Mr. Sultan Hacıyev, representative of the presidential apparatus of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Please, the stage is yours.
Okay, I think I didn't mail him. Yes. All in. Where is Zamin Melim? Zamin Elish. Yeriniz Elim. Yeah. Okay. Well, good evening, everybody. A friend of mine once told me that if I am given a choice of moderating the last presentation or committing suicide, I should be going for suicide. I think it's even more the case given the fact this is the last session, the reception is awaiting, and we're already almost 1 hour late. But still, we have quite a bit of important issues to look at, and without further ado, also making some ad hoc changes to the presentation as we go, I'd like to invite Mr. Aydin Kerimov, who is a special representative of the President for the Shusha region, to share with us his thoughts, on how to ensure sustainability of the major efforts Azerbaijan is currently undertaking for reconstruction and rehabilitation. Aydin Melim, please.
Thank you, Sultan Melim. Dear Melim, dear guests, thank you for the opportunity to address this National Urban Forum, the first of its kind in Azerbaijan, and of course, taking into account the limited time, I would like to go straight to the point. Yes, we spoke today and yesterday about the huge work going on in the liberated territories, being it infrastructure rebuilding, establishing networks, as providing support and preparation for the returning of IDPs and refugees to their homelands, the mining issues, and all these actions that we all are very heavily busy in the last almost 2 years since the end of this 44-day war. We are aiming to one target, to make sure that the people who come back to their homelands not only come and live in a comfort cities, sustainable cities, inclusive cities, but they feel themselves properly, comfortable, inclusive, that they never left these places, that they were always, very deeply in root belonging to these places. Yes, of course, every one of them will know that it's, they never forget the 30 years of being refugees. But that was one generation that is now substituted by much younger generation who is living in the new environment, who used to live in the other cities, grew up, and now they have the chance to go back to the new lands, to the returned lands, and build their life over there. So what we are doing, what is the main challenge? We have actually two challenges. And one challenge is much easier challenge, is to build these cities, villages, and the infrastructure. This is what we are doing now. And this is more or less easy doable. I say it very relatively. It requires time and patience, and it's big efforts. However, the big challenge ahead is the employment opportunities for people who will come back and live there. That's why today, for example, in city of Shusha, we are already laid foundation and building the first residential quarter. You have seen some of these areas, pictures today of that plan. And in this residential quarter, we will have about 2,500 people living in the, starting from the end of next year, 2023. What does it mean for us? It means we have to be prepared already, start preparation for these people to be provided with the jobs. But what kind of jobs? We have to focus, to find out who will be the first residents, how they are matching the criteria for the job and employment opportunities that we will start to explore only starting from the next year, be it in the social sector, in the tourism sector, or in other sectors. Shusha has a particular profile, as you all know and understood from the presentations previously. Shusha will have its very limited economic profile based on cultural and tourism activity mostly. There will be some government services, some other services, but the main focus is tourism and cultural activities. So these few thousand people that will start moving and living in Shusha from end of next year will have, and we have to start working now to make sure that we are meeting the requirements of their occupation, like employment point of view, and also meeting their expectations, being it from the living conditions, working conditions, infrastructure, connectivity, and other issues. So the master plans are very helpful in that I think the priority will be given and must be given to the implementation of master plan from that point of angle, like make this transfer, the relocation of the former refugees to their homes with the very specific attention to their employment and requirements. And I gave you this example of Shusha because, yeah, it's more visible, but I am sure and it's 100% like that, that all other areas and my colleagues from Zengilan and from Karabakh Economic Region, all their offices are currently busy with this task because their areas are much bigger and the economy profiles are different. So for all Azerbaijani related, for government related agencies, this is a very important task we are working. We are working closely with SCUPA, we were working closely with Refugees Commission, we are working closely with the Ministry of Labor, who have already provided us with a very interesting database. But that was my main issue that I would like to address to your attention, and thanks to our colleagues from UN Habitat who have provided that big background about how this how the cities needs to be inclusive, needs to be developed, and for us to match these conditions by providing a very resilient and sustainable living standards in the cities. So I wish everybody good luck in this important job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ağdam Melim. Thank you. Sustainability of the return is very important, and speaking of sustainability, I'm turning to our next speaker, Zamim Melim. He's the head of department from the Ministry of Economy, and the issues of sustainability are very much in his direct domain. Please.
Çox sağ olun Sultan müəllim, təşəkkür edirəm. Mən də hamını salamlayıram. Əslində 2 gün davam edir tədbir, artıq mənə elə gəlir ki, bütün məsələ demək olar ki, toxunulub və mən bir şart xəbər verim. Mən elə bildim, mən sonuncu spikerəm.
All this issues. This is the last panel. I am the last, maybe I'm the last, one of the last speakers. I would like to talk about the sustainable development and also to talk about the works that we are doing as a ministry in the liberated zones. As you know already, in our country, working with UNO for the SDGs, and 2015 we participated in summit in 2015, and Azerbaijan for the integration and connection statement for the 2030 agenda 17 SDGs. From out of the 17 agendas are all the 17 SDGs are priorities for Azerbaijan. We are working on how to implement them in our country, and to implement all the priorities. And for the 2030 agenda, Azerbaijan plays its own role, and we have different documents, different papers. For 2022-2026 strategical priorities for the sustainable development, we have adopted these projects. These priorities to the sustainable development goals. Also, we have 5 priorities in which we have a human factor on the top of it, and this strategy. For the strategy of 2022-26 contains 5 priorities, and on which we are working on how to improve the life quality of people. The economic development is the priority also. As a Minister of Economy, we have done different programs. First of all, we are demining this liberated, and we are inventorying, demining these territories. We are inventorying all the objects over this, and different government states can use our information system to get information about what are the works that we have already done. The other direction is about because we have these are the regions rich with natural resources. We are working on how to use these resources, because the sustainable development goals and the integration for the reintegration for the development of the economy, we have already done the works with on different resources, natural resources. We are working on rebuilding and reconstruction. We have already organized the investment competitions, and we want to create the employability in Ağdam, in Jabrail. We have created economic industry zone where all the private sector which can be useful for private sector also, and to increase, to speed up the economic development also, Mr. President had a decree for the liberated zones, and where we will have the particular proposals for this private sectors, for the sectors that are working on green, for example. And to create, we want to create the financial possibilities for private sector, how to allocate them credits, subsidies, and also we are creating the residential places. We are creating the places for the private sectors. Also, the payment of the for the private sectors also will be reduced. We have state programs for the liberated zones, liberated areas. That this program is already provided to the government, and our task in this program to create the very life quality for people, and to create the integration for the people. And I hope that this conference will be useful and productive for all of us. Thank you so much.
End of the list of the speakers, but I'm now turning to my colleague Katya, asking her to whisk us through the last 2 days. I think this is quite a challenge, but Katya, we have full trust in you. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And there is no challenge great enough if one walks through it in partnership. And I have to say thank you very much really for Azerbaijan for inviting us as UN Habitat to walk this journey with you, which you have started and called us in to basically ensure that you are on the right path. And I have to say you are on the right path. The last 2 days really have shown us that there are questions asked that answers can be found, but there are also challenges highlighted. And I think those ones, we can, together with all the partners that are here in the room or also outside, try to address. And of course, it is always very challenging to bring all these discussions together. And I think a lot of input was given during the last 2 days. And that input, in fact, shows also the keen interest for you to have this exposure in how to actually take planning forward. You have, let me use the term, you have rolled out the red carpet by connecting the liberated areas to the, let's say, to the main development areas in the country. But now how to fill the grain is the challenge, and you have highlighted that also. How to really bring the people there. I think the real work is starting now, really looking at the process orientation of people settling there, exploring what type of business opportunities are there. I think the last 2 speakers in the former panel are really also, reflecting on that very closely. And I think I had noted a few points that, of course, for me as UN Habitat, I have the DNA of the new urban agenda ingrained in me, and a stepping stone for this is, in fact, to have a really open and honest discussion, as we have in the last 2 days, here to outline what are the key areas. And I think the discussions on the corridors here are also very important to show really exchange ideas, information, but also I have mentioned that yesterday many times and today, it's a major team building exercise, not only for the Azerbaijani partners at national level with the local level, but also for us as we have been asked to support you in this. And such a discussion of a National Urban Forum really helps us to move into the overarching strategy discussion. We discussed this yesterday, the urban recovery efforts should also benefit the wider country for a balanced development in the country. Otherwise, you have many people moving around, and certain areas will be basically also emptied, if that is an ideal scenario, if Shusha is the place to move to. The 23,000 people might not be enough. So I think having this discussion on a balanced development and also looking at the economic development alongside is important. And I would say we have discussed a lot about urban planning and design, about solutions, but I think let's look also at the right legislation and financial mechanisms to make it happen. And I have to say, coming from Germany myself, we are an over-regulated country and many things are difficult to be done. But I think here, with the strong ambition of doing things fast and well, there is also possibilities to explore inner learning and listening to the special representatives. What are the bottlenecks actually for making this happen? And feeding it back into the national discourse. And I would really invite you to do that very actively. And really observe in the process what potential lessons are learned for the wider context, and keep on implementing and keep on learning while you implement to really make it better and have a greener and more just transition. And I think we stand ready here to work with you this journey, us and with our wider UN family and all the partners that are really engaged in the urban sector. And thanks a lot. I hand over back to you because I know it has been a long day, but I'm still very alert and didn't miss any of the discussions.
Thanks very much, Katya. Thank you. I think you did beautifully fine. So at this stage, I think there are only one or perhaps 1.5 things that I need to do. One, I would like to thank you all for the inputs provided to the declaration, or as Madam Maimouna calls it, the declared actions of the National Urban Forum. And I'm glad that this declaration is now endorsed. For those proposals that could not be incorporated, we're sure that we will be working on them as they will be setting the way for the next discussions and next meetings. Thank you, and the declared action of the forum is now formally endorsed. I said maybe 1.5. I think it will be wrong for me to summarize, being the last person standing between you and the dinner, so I'll offer this honor to our dear host, to the chairman of the State Committee for Architecture and Urban Planning. And
honor to be half. I actually will not take a lot of your time because everything was said already and very difficult to add something. I just want to thank to everybody for all your efforts, for your time. Thank you that you were with us during these 2 days. It was quite challenging for us to set this forum. It is, yes, Azerbaijan did a lot during last 2 years, especially in the area of urban planning, and it is quite responsible work to plan cities, regions where millions of people will live with different characters, with different history, and etc. But we're taking that responsibility and we're trying to follow international best practice as well. We carefully listen to experts, to professionals, and I believe at the end we're doing things not very bad. And it's good that this forum, with all its topics, attracts so much interest from each of you, from so many different countries. I was listening carefully to every presentation, and it's really very useful. You helped us to look at some topics which are on our daily agenda even deeper from different perspective. And I think most important part that it was not just reports, just presentation, there was a dialogue, even if there was no so many questions and answers at the end, but somehow each and every next presentation were covering issues raised in previous one, starting from sustainability till inclusivity and many other topics which are decisions on these topics which we are this or other way making, affecting millions of lives. So dialogue was here, and that's our vision for next National Urban Forums. We will do it annually, every year. I guess it will happen every October, so I would appreciate if you will make a note in your calendars already now for next year. We're inviting all of you to visit Azerbaijan again, and we will try to use amazing experience which we have during these 2 days of working together in order to make next forum even more interesting and cover more important topics. So thank you very much again.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Anar Malim. I'm turning to Rena Hanum, just in case you have any logistic announcements. No. Okay, I think we'll just give ourselves a round of applause, the last one, and we will be wrapping up. Thank you.